Another is the Global Health and Security and Diplomacy Act, which is a bipartisan bill going through the Senate, which would add about $3 billion in those coffers. And that's called the Global Health, Security and Diplomacy Act. I think what we see especially is that the world's dictators and autocrats are exploiting the global pandemic, including in Africa, to violate human rights, to attack democracy, to consolidate executive power, to criminalize basic freedoms of speech and assembly. To that end, Representative Raskin stood with bipartisan members of Congress to introduce last week a bill called the Protecting Human Rights During Pandemic Act. And it is a bill that that recognizes that this moment is dangerous for those who are human rights defenders, who are working to uphold the rule of law and to strengthen civilian institutions. They're under attack. So we are. This bill, it provides additional funding to the State Department and USAID to fund human rights defender programs, especially those that are under attack because of coronavirus. And we wanted to make that link between human rights and coronavirus, because this is not just a public health issue. This is an issue of democracy and human rights. And we've seen all across the world and also in Africa, the ways in which unscrupulous leaders are taking advantage of the situation. So the bill also requires that the State Department come up with 5-year strategic plans for how the US government is going to address the issue of human rights violations that are related to coronavirus. And it also requires the State Department to include in our annual human rights reports a section that analyzes any emergency measures taken by a government across the world, and analyzes whether those emergency measures are proper, whether they're proportional, whether they're time limited, whether they follow human rights principles.
David,
because
5 more minutes.
Sure. What we've seen is that dictators are just grabbing power. A third thing I'd talk about is the need for the U.S. to support global health initiatives. And on that, Representative Raskin has been very vocally opposed to the U.S. withdrawing from the World Health Organization. As we realize, the WHO is a critical partner to many African governments, and including to the African Union CDC. And we know that the virus observes no borders, and beating it requires a coordinated global response. Representative Raskin's also co-sponsored a few bills in the House, HR 6581, and several letters about directing U.S. representatives to multilateral banks like the World Bank and the IMF to have new policies around debt relief for Africa and other markets that will need more economic flexibility right now. And finally, I would just highlight the work that our office is doing with both the Congressional Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, which is a bipartisan congressional commission to examine human rights and put them front and center in congressional policy. And also a lot of the varied work that Representative Raskin and our office has done to support democratic movements in Africa. Most notably in Cameroon, Guinea-Conakry, and then also through supporting conflict prevention initiatives. When opposition leaders pass through DC, Representative Raskin is always very eager to meet with them to understand what the U.S. can do to help support the growth of democratic institutions. And Sometimes it gets us into hot water because those opposition politicians go back and rightfully say that they have some support in Washington, but that's a good thing, and we want to see more democratic activists participating, and we're always looking for ways to support that. So I'll just leave it there. I know I'm not as exciting as the congressman, but please know that he sends his regards and wishes he could be here. He's always very excited about grassroots forums like this, where citizens talk and discuss and think big about their future. And he's always there to help support the democracy and development initiatives in Africa as well.
David, you're quite a good speaker, and thank you for sharing these thoughts from the congressman. But I'm going to open up for Q&A. You're here. We certainly appreciate you taking your busy time and opening up your schedule on Capitol Hill. So if anyone would like to unmute and or send me a question, that'd probably be the best, and we'll ask that. But David, let me go ahead and start off while people are thinking about the question. What do you see as maybe 3 outcomes that is possible in this Congress as far as Africa is concerned?
Well,
I know it's putting you on the spot, but anything
sure,
you can share would be helpful.
I think for one thing, there's going to need to be another coronavirus relief bill. And it is going to hopefully include foreign assistance. Now, the CARES Act, which was passed back in March, was the sort of the big package. And that included some foreign assistance, not nearly enough. And so I think over the next 4 to 8 weeks, both Congress and the Senate are going to really have to get down to work to come up with a bill for the next coronavirus relief. Another thing that I think will come out of Congress this year is going to be a focus on a few countries in Africa that are at really critical pivot or inflection points. Sudan being one of those. There's a lot of focus on trying to support Sudan's transition. Ethiopia is another. And those are sort of countries that are going to take up a lot of bandwidth. And I can't think of a third on the spot, Dr. Hancock, but I'll leave it there. That's absolutely
okay. Anyone else? I was looking to see if we had another question. I guess one last question, since no one else has sent me one, David, is what can this forum and the representatives that you saw on this agenda do to help Congress better understand the needs and the future, not just the needs, but the future of the continent of Africa and its 54 countries?
Well, I think, reading through your very rich agenda and your very rich roster of speakers, what, impresses me is that you don't treat issues in silos. You're not having a panel just about, health or humanitarian assistance. And unfortunately, I'm not a veteran of Congress, so these are new impressions. But it does seem to me that Congress often tends to just deal things in separate categories, especially when it comes to Africa. So we know, as people who have worked on these issues, how much democracy, development, humanitarian issues all intersect, and including intersect with conflict, with climate change, with all sorts of issues. And so just helping to understand that there are people who are working in very complex areas. Otherwise, it can seem overwhelming. I think there's been and then the second thing I would say is just underscoring the need for the U.S. to do more to support all the democratic actors and the democratic institutions. There's really been a focus, rightly so, over the last 3 or 4 months on fixing our systems at home and dealing with the effects of this pandemic at home. And that has come at the expense, I think, of more forward and intelligent thinking about how the US can play a global leadership role. So really underscoring, this is not a choice between helping ourselves and helping others. We're all in this together, and until we beat the virus everywhere, and until the health systems are resilient enough and strong enough everywhere, then it will just come back. So I think we really have to push forward on that next argument, so that the U.S. Congress engages with the world.
So I guess, David, the summary of that is, as we're pushing forward with COVID-19, and we're realizing that maybe some people are trying to advance too rapidly, is that we really need to be slow and steady, look at the science, think carefully about what we're doing, and then move forward. And as far as the African continent and its leap forward in social, economic, and environmental terms, we need to really be in there for the long term in a slow and steady pace. Is that a good summary, David?
I think that's very well put, Dr. Hancock.
Okay. David, thank you very much on behalf of the organizers, everyone that's involved today, those that were here yesterday. We had excellent panels, and those will be here tomorrow. But please pass on our thank yous to the congressman, and I hope all goes well with your legislation and all your work.
Well, thank you all for all you're doing, and happy to stay in touch going forward.
That sounds great. I'm sure people here will be in contact with you. Have no fear of that.
Okay.
Thank you, David, and have a wonderful day.
You too. Take care.
Bye-bye. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start with our panel. And I think that Catherine is already here, Catherine Weisner. And she has an incredible background, years of experience in the Horn of Africa, East Africa, and other regions of the Great Lakes, which I visited most of those areas, I think, Catherine, where you are. But your bio has already been posted up in chat. So if people would like to look at Catherine's background, that's fantastic. Thank you for being with us. And you have 20 minutes, and I will be timing you, and I'll just keep you posted on time. And thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the invitation to participate in this discussion. And what I'll do today, as UNHCR's head of external engagement for the East Horn and Great Lakes, is to provide a perspective from the UN Refugee Agency on the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on asylum seekers, refugees, and internally displaced in Africa, and then to talk very briefly also about our response efforts. I should tell you at the outset that I have also invited one of my colleagues, Edith Mbolokonye Ngutia, who has joined me here today, to share my speaking time. So I know we have 20 minutes. I'm sharing some of my time with her so that she can provide with you a field perspective of the challenges that are faced by refugees in one particular camp, which is the Kakuma camp here in Kenya, where she works as a livelihoods officer. I think, as we're all aware, COVID is not a humanitarian emergency per se. It's a public health emergency, but it's having far-reaching social and economic impacts on everybody. And there are some unique vulnerabilities that refugees and other displaced persons face during this pandemic. We have actually our annual trends report coming out tomorrow. It's embargoed, but it will state that 6.3 million of the world's refugees are located on the African continent. And in the 11 countries that are covered by the regional bureau where I work, We have more than 4 million refugees and more than 8 million internally displaced persons in the Eastern Horn and Great Lakes of Africa. So this is really the hot spot for displacement. In terms of the challenges that refugees and IDPs face, of course, they live in quite crowded conditions. There are also high levels of food insecurity and malnutrition, which I think can be counted amongst reasons that make them particularly vulnerable. It's not a very old population. So in that sense, to the extent that younger people seem to be less affected by this pandemic, that is not a particular vulnerability. And we're quite fortunate that so far there have not been a large number of cases amongst refugees in our region. This may have to do with the fact that many refugees are hosted in border areas, and the connections between urban areas, the border areas, are not so as strong as we would think. But it's also mostly, I think, because of the measures that governments have taken in the region to limit restriction and to really try to slow the spread of the virus, which have been successful in that extent. But it's really just a matter of time. And so we've been working for the last few months to be as prepared as we can for major outbreaks in any number of the more than 100 refugee camps and settlements that we have in this region. We've been working really closely with governments in the region to ensure that refugees are included in their national preparedness and response efforts. This is something, the inclusion of refugees in national systems and social services has been a major advocacy point for us for quite some time, for a number of reasons around the efficiency and the sustainability. We find with the COVID-19 response, in some ways, it's a little bit more straightforward because it's obviously in everybody's self-interest from a public health perspective to make sure that you don't leave anybody out. The initial focus of our preparedness and response activities has been really on awareness raising and the very basics of hygiene, hand washing, and then preparing for a health response by establishing a number of quarantine and isolation facilities around the region in concert with governments. That said, it quickly became apparent, I think, as we've been moving through these preparedness efforts, that with the social distancing and the movement restrictions, the socioeconomic impacts of this pandemic, just as they have been so grave for citizens writ large, have emerged a lot more quickly than the anticipated health impacts. And this is what Edith is going to speak to shortly. We've also done some work to try to measure this impact. We have been including refugees in some of the surveys that the World Bank is doing to measure the socioeconomic impact of COVID-19. So I'm just going to go through very briefly a few of those findings. First, in terms of food insecurity. As an example, in May and June, 70 to 80% of refugee households here in Kenya reported that they had skipped at least one meal over the last 7 days. That's compared to 41% among Kenyan households. Second is the impact of remittances. I'm sure everybody knows the heavy reliance on remittances. In fact, 74% of urban refugee households in Kampala and Uganda have reported that remittances are their main source of income. But with this crisis, fewer and fewer households are receiving remittances. In May in Kenya, 20% of refugee households were receiving remittances. By June, only 1% said that they were still receiving remittances of any significant number. And then finally, in terms of the increase of unemployment, of course, everybody's losing jobs, but we see this disproportionately affecting refugees. They're the first to lose their jobs. So for example, in Kenya, the refugee employment rate fell from 32% before COVID-19 to 7% as of this month. So essentially what we're seeing is a reverse of all of the efforts that we've made to assimilate refugees into the labor force, and we can expect more refugees to slide into poverty in the months to come. This is particularly acute for urban refugees who don't normally receive material assistance from UNHCR, the same as is provided in camp settings, and they have suddenly lost their livelihood opportunities in a way that's created a shock for them and their families. So a number of our country operations are working to put in place these kind of one-off cash distribution mechanisms, while also advocating with governments to see where refugees can be included in emergency social safety nets that are being funded by the World Bank and other bilateral donors. Meanwhile, we have continued with our protection activities, but with necessary changes to adapt to less face-to-face interaction. Another of the key impacts, of course, is the fact that with this closure of schools, we have more than 1 million refugee students who are out of school. And efforts to connect them to distance learning obviously have a lot of hurdles with respect to the equipment that they have and their ability to connect to online or even radio classes. So we see some knock-on effects from that in the months and years to come of having so many children out of school. On the fundamental issue for refugees of access to asylum, another central focus of our global advocacy has been that even as borders are being closed, and we do see that throughout the region, that there should be ways to ensure that screening and quarantine measures can be in place for those that are truly fleeing for their lives, and that any border closures that are in place now for the sake of public health will be temporary and not become the new normal. And this is because ultimately, of course, the coronavirus has not stopped conflicts. So whether it's the Sahel, the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, and elsewhere, we do continue to see asylum seekers arriving across the continent. And we know that some of them are crossing borders undetected. So we've appealed for these special measures to be put in place in a practical sense. So what I'd like to do now is turn my mic over to Edith, who's gonna speak for a few minutes to share with us her unique perspectives working in one of the better known refugee camps in the region. And then I'll conclude with just a few short points. So over to you, Edith.
Thank you, Catherine. Hello, everyone. My name is Edith, as Catherine mentioned. I work in Kakuma refugee camp, which is a very complex operation, accommodating over around 190,000 refugees in 4 camps. Currently, because of the crisis, the refugee economy has really been hit hard, and it has really reduced the refugee resilience and increased their vulnerability. In this regard, the operation quickly designed our business continuity plan, whereby we came together and set up a cash for work mechanism supported by 42 agencies. And in the process, we had to reinvent our business model, in that we are engaging currently women and young people to produce general cloth masks, about 300,000 of them. And this is actually contributing to support over 1,000 households with income, and also to ensure that the local markets continue to survive. Because with this pandemic, it means that we are experiencing challenges in terms of logistics, bringing goods to Kakuma, bringing services closer to the people. So as an operation, it's been our duty, and my duty actually, to reinforce government directives, and also to ensure that people continue earning an income. And this empowerment process has really seen our refugees transition their skills to other skills so that they can remain relevant in this duration. Thank you so much. Over to you, Catherine.
Great, thank you. So just to conclude, I mean, as I mentioned before, our advocacy to have refugees included in national responses is really just the latest manifestation of the really transformative directions of refugee responses in the last decade. There was the New York Declaration in 2016, the Global Refugee Compact endorsed by all UN member states in 2018. And the vision is for refugees to be empowered as productive members of society, as Edith was saying, pursuing self-reliance, contributing to their communities wherever they are. And last December at the first Global Refugee Forum, there were many African governments who made commitments to further the inclusion of refugees in their national systems. We know that inclusion also has a cost, whether we're speaking of the health, the education, or the economic dimensions of this pandemic and its aftermath. And so we are continuing, as I noted, to make the case to the appropriate institutions, the World Bank, IMF, and bilateral donors, that governments should be supported in taking this approach when they're addressing the socioeconomic impacts of the pandemic. And I think that's an important advocacy and lobbying point that we welcome anybody to join us in. So thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Catherine, we're going to be taking the questions and answering those at the very end. Will you still be with us as we finish with our speakers, and then we're going to come back for questions?
We can do, yes.
Okay, Mary, is that all right?
Yep.
Okay, great. And is Sarah here and ready? I don't see her in the list.
Hello?
Yes, Mary, is Sarah here?
She's not
Sarah.
yet here, but you can go. Sarah, are you there?
I don't see her in the list.
Okay, go to the next speaker, please. Then I can try to get in touch.
Okay, is Dr. Nason Sabrek, are you here? There you are.
Yes.
Yes. Can you unmute, sir, and welcome to be with us.
Thank you.
He has a very important message to share with us. He is now unmuted. You have his bio in the chat section of your screen. And thank you for being with us. I don't want to take your time, but we do thank you for being here.
Thank you. I am on, although I cannot see myself on the video. I think the controls are with the host, so I can't get myself to be seen.
Your very handsome photograph is already here. You look great.
Okay, so thank you for inviting me to be part of this conversation. I have just a few comments to make, and my focus is on the scourge of corruption. Whereas we have this COVID-19 as the current pandemic that we are dealing with, there is a scourge that has been on for a long time, known as corruption. And corruption has had a major impact on issues of development and governance, and not only just on the African continent, but elsewhere. Research on the question of corruption distinguishes between bureaucratic corruption and political corruption. Political corruption has to do with the stealing of election of the electoral process and so on, but bureaucratic corruption is what I want to focus on. And what's available indicates that there are four categories of corruption. If we are going to fight it, then we need to have a clear understanding of how it is manifested. And the first category of corruption is what is known as cost-reducing corruption. And these are actions by civil servants to reduce the regulation-induced costs of an enterprise. For example, by exempting of private businesses from tax obligations. And the funds saved in this way then are shared between the bureaucrat and the farm owner. The second type of corruption is cost-enhancing corruption, which essentially involves extraction of bribes from entrepreneurs seeking licenses, including import-export, as well as investment licenses. And the public procurement domain in Africa is the arena in which cost-enhancing corruption has been most pervasive. Number three is benefit-enhancing corruption. This is where bureaucrats permit more public benefits, more public funds, more development resources to accrue to an individual or a group of individuals than is legally permitted. Now, the recipients of such benefits then share them with the bureaucrat based on a prearranged formula. The fourth category is benefit-reducing corruption. This is where bureaucrats simply appropriate for themselves public benefits, public resources that are intended for the general public. What is interesting is that for the most part, the governments on the continent have actually outlawed corruption, yet it has grown in leaps and bounds over the decades. Available evidence indicates that in the 1960s through the 1970s, bureaucrats tended to just demand kickbacks valued at 10% of the total cost of, say, a public tender, of the total cost of a development project, or of the total cost of whatever public service is being procured. By the 1980s through the 1990s, the kickback demands had actually escalated to 40% of the value of a development project, the value of a public goods being procured, the value of public services being procured. By the 2000s to the present time, in fact, kickback demands have maxed out to 100%. This involves situations where a development project is planned, it is costed, it is valued, it is paid for, but nothing completely happens, but the money is paid out. So that's 100% in terms of this. And the cost of this is very enormous. Available evidence indicates that it increases the cost of goods by an average of 20%. It deters investment and it holds back development, therefore. Now, if statistics by Transparency International are anything to go by, they indicate that 7 of the 10 most corrupt countries in the world are African countries. According to the African Union, in a study conducted in 2002, corruption costs sub-Saharan African countries $148 billion annually. And the problem is that these $148 billion are actually shipped out of the continent. And so they are deposited in offshore accounts, therefore helping develop the economies of already developed countries. It will make a huge difference if the proceeds of this corruption will be reinvested on the continent, especially within productive enterprises, including manufacturing. It will make a huge difference, but this is not the case. Now, what again is interesting is that whereas 148 billion is shipped out to offshore accounts, the total amount received by sub-Saharan African countries in terms of development aid is only 22.5 billion annually. What this means then is that if corruption is tamed, we do not even need foreign aid. This is a very significant point. Now, it is true that most of these countries have put in place strategies to fight corruption. And as I have already mentioned, corruption is outlawed in virtually all the countries. Yet all these strategies have not actually made any impact in terms of containing the malice of corruption. Legal approaches have been employed, including legislating against corruption and prescribing legal penalties for the same. Political approaches have been used, including establishing anti-corruption commissions, corruption cleanup organizations, and so on. Social approaches have been employed, including training and sensitization on moral, ethical values, and on issues of personal integrity. Yet, in spite of all these strategies that have been employed, the problem of corruption has grown by leaps and bounds, as I've already mentioned, from 10% to 40% to 100%. And so the question then becomes, why is it that in spite of all these strategies, social, political, legal, the problem persists? My findings are that there is just one major thing, one major factor, that there is a total lack of political will to actually stem the scourge of corruption. There is no political will to fight it. And so anti-corruption efforts are a mere smokescreen. They are just responses to demands, either by donors, by external investors, by the general public to do something about corruption. So the political leadership wants to be seen to be doing something when in actuality, they do not have the political will to do so. Now, my normal example of one of the best countries that can be used to indicate that it is possible to stem out corruption is a country called Singapore. Singapore got its independence from Britain around 1959, around the same time as most of the African countries were gaining their independence. Ghana in 1957, Sudan in 1956, Nigeria in 1960, Kenya 63, and so on and so forth. Yeah, and the country also remained under an authoritarian system with a single party rule. But they were firmly committed to fighting corruption. And right now, for a long time, I think since the mid-1980s, Singapore is one of the most clean countries in terms of corruption. And the lessons from Singapore, therefore, indicate that one way of ensuring success in the war against corruption is the importance of political will. That no one should be spared, that the law should strictly be applied without favor. And Singapore has demonstrated this, that leading political leaders, including cabinet ministers, party officials, once they are seen to be corrupt, they are dealt with effectively. The second lesson is that one needs to employ a comprehensive anti-corruption strategy that incremental measures won't do. And this is what has been the problem with most of the strategies employed by most of our African governments. So the strategy must be comprehensive enough to seal all loopholes and eliminate incentives and opportunities for corruption. They have to make corruption a high-risk, low-reward enterprise. And this is what has obtained in the case of Singapore. Number three, there is need to pay special attention to government departments that are vulnerable to corruption. And these include customs, immigration, internal revenue, and the traffic police. And these are the departments that are seen to be perhaps the most corrupt because of the available opportunities for the same. And so Singapore's anti-corruption success is attributed to its dual strategy of reducing both the opportunities and the incentives for corruption. But most African leaders, however, only pay lip service to the war on corruption. In fact, the case of the COVID-19 pandemic has actually provided a major opportunity for corrupt leaders to amass wealth, proceeds from finances and funds and resources provided for fighting the coronavirus. In one case, there is a Minister of Health who, in accounting for millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars provided to fight coronavirus, in 1 month, he tabulated the expenditure. And one of the items was an expenditure on official tea. And in 1 month, they had spent $40,000 on tea and snacks. They had spent $90,000 on photocopying. And so there was a major outcry that this cannot be the true picture of things. So that then even the proceeds, the resources that are available for fighting the coronavirus are simply lining the pockets of individual leaders. And so the anti-corruption war is waged half-heartedly, where low-level corrupt officials are the ones who are prosecuted, while perpetrators of grand corruption are celebrated and cleared to run for political office. And the problem again is that even the half-hearted anti-corruption war, in most cases, it's weaponized and it is deployed against political opponents, which then creates a cycle. So that then the political opponents who are victimized for corruption and others left out, when they assume power, they also use the anti-corruption war to victimize those who had victimized them. In the meantime, corruption goes on unabated. And so perhaps what we need to do is that there is need for an anti-corruption movement in most of these countries. Especially a movement generated from below. Because the reality is that strategies that have been designed from above have not been effective in dealing any dent against the war on corruption. And so we need to mobilize from below to be able to demand that those involved in corruption are actually held accountable. And it's only in that way, perhaps, that the political leaders will see sense in actually engaging in a genuine anti-corruption war. Otherwise, as it is, the pandemic will ensure that development will remain a mirage, that good governance will remain a mirage. And in fact, the violations of human rights have a lot to do with this kind of corruption. Those are my comments. Thank you. You are muted, Sam. We can't hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I keep doing that to myself. Anyway, Mary, would you like me to have the question for Catherine now so that she can move on with her day? Catherine, are you still here? I think she's not here right now. So let's move forward. Thank you for Dr. Shadrach and
Dr. Hancock.
Catherine, there you
Hi,
are.
I'm here. I'm so sorry.
Dr.
No problem. It's a
Dr.
long
Just fighting
time.
with my mute button.
Dr.
I see it.
Hancock,
Yes.
you can go ahead with the questions with either Dr. Nasongo or Catherine. No problem.
Hello, yes, ma'am. Hi.
It's okay to go ahead with Catherine then?
Yeah, or Dr. Nasongo. Any.
Okay, yes, okay, we got it. Catherine, there's a question that came in from one of the participants here. Are there plans in place for focusing on long-term programs which build resilience, reducing the risk of crisis in Somalia, where you have over 2 million internally displaced peoples, and the situation is complicated by the locusts, floods, and COVID-19 pandemic this year? And they said, thank you for your answer.
You didn't want to add insecurity as well.
Okay, you just keep adding to the list. It gets worse. But anyway, thank you for being here.
No, we actually use Somalia all the time as an example of the complicated nature of like this pandemic intersecting with other things. I think that, I mean, overall, the answer is yes. We recognize the need for that. I'm just kind of looking at your question again, the longer term programs that build resilience. I think this is also for us a really key advocacy point with other actors and other donors. You know, first and foremost, UNHCR does tend to be an emergency response organization. And we are, in fact, responding not just to the COVID-19 pandemic in Somalia, but also to the floods, particularly for internally displaced persons and Somali refugees who've returned recently to the country. And at the same time, trying to maintain the engagement with those who are probably more likely to implement longer term programs for resilience and try to orient our humanitarian and emergency response in such a way that it can feed into it. So I think that's sort of the way that we're working towards it, but absolutely, Somalia for us is one of our key operations where most of our resources actually go towards internally displaced persons rather than refugees.
Let me ask, and then we'll get to the doctor here in just a minute. The question of locusts. This is something that keeps coming up. I haven't seen much news about this. Is this something that's really happening in a very dramatic and drastic way in Somalia and the countries that you're serving in the Great Lakes region?
Yeah, I mean, the questioner might actually have their own perspective. We've been watching the locust situation for quite some time. And I think for us, the concern, of course, is on food security for those who do have the ability to grow their own food in the region. Of course, many of those that we serve don't have that ability and tend to rely on food assistance. But we are, you know, FAO is really the lead UN agency on the locust response. And I think where we've been trying to look for synergies is in terms of some of the community engagement work as well, with the communities that we serve and then the population writ large that FAO is trying to prioritize. But it's been a bit unpredictable, so it's been a watching brief for for some time. I mean, they're
All
doing a
these
lot
things,
of spraying. They're doing a lot of spraying, you know, and I know that
Right.
movement restrictions have also impacted their ability to move airplanes around and things like that. So it is all very interconnected.
Yeah, the whole thing about it, everything is unpredictable in that type of environment. Anytime you have war and destruction, it's always tough. One last question for you, because we are a little bit ahead of our schedule. What three things do we really need to think about in the United States, and also the leaders that we have here in this forum, as far as moving forward and the work that you're doing? How can you be helped? And how should we be looking at what the United Nations is doing as a long-term partner in this whole region that you serve?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of African governments would say that the UN is a very important partner for them, and you know, not just UNHCR, but obviously WHO, as I think David was talking about. FAO is the lead for locusts. So, you know, every agency is playing, I think, a very important role. So I would assume that African governments would be joining us in that type of advocacy to the American government about the critical role that all different parts of the UN are playing. I think the second one is a theme that I touched on in my presentation, which is that we're really trying to transform the whole narrative around refugees as dependent on handouts and a burden on host countries. Of course, there are aspects of hosting refugees that are burdensome. I mean, they do stress the environment when you have a large number of people anywhere suddenly. You know, it does stress social services, but to see that as an opportunity to invest in social services, particularly in typically marginalized areas of refugee hosting countries. So the presence of a large number of refugees should not bring a bunch of international NGOs and UN agencies that set up a parallel system that only benefits those refugees, and in some cases results in higher standards of service than the local population may receive. No, we would actually much prefer that that investment go into the local school systems, the capacity of local governments to deliver social services in an integrated way so that it's going to benefit all the populations living in those areas. So that message is one which we've been pushing for a while now, and it's equally relevant, as I said, from a public health perspective in the COVID-19 response. Gosh,
And that really goes to the
like it's hard to come up with a third one, but those are two key ones.
Well, those are two key ones, and also that goes to the heart of the discussion yesterday as far as infrastructure is concerned. And anytime that you have resources coming into the areas to look at what's there, what is really needed for long-term benefit of everyone, because in many cases, these refugees may be there for years. We're thinking they're coming in at short term, they're going to go back home. In most cases, this is really not happening. And if history really repeats itself, which it normally does, is that they're going to be there for a long, long time. And local governments are more than stressed. So anything we can do to help and assist, we need to be doing it.
And that refugees are able to contribute, you know, when they're able to work, when they have the ability to. We've got examples of refugees that own businesses that hire nationals. So when the right policies are in place, it's not just that they receive social services, it's that they contribute in terms of their economic contributions.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the things, Catherine, that we don't look at enough as far as NGOs, even governments, is how private business can actually help in these situations if they feel wanted and welcomed, and the taxation and the rules are not onerous.
Yeah, Edith actually wanted me to mention that the International Financial Corporation is the IFC. They're launching something tomorrow, which is the Kakuma Kalube Challenge Fund. And it's a fund to help enable private sector, regional and Kenyan private sector, to basically set up shop in this refugee hosting area, you know, and to make the argument that they can make money because there's a big market there, but to help to try to address maybe some of the regulatory and other barriers and just kind of unknowns that private sector has about moving to some of these more marginalized areas, but to show that there actually is quite a marketplace there, and there are consumers and there are opportunities there. So that's a really flagship initiative of the IFC that's being launched tomorrow, and we hope that it will move to other countries and other refugee hosting areas as well.
We want to know more about that. If you don't mind sharing that with Mary and distribute that among, all the participants, that's really excellent. And thank you for sharing that. And thank you for being with us. I know you have a busy day, and we're going to move on with our agenda, but thank you for taking time out to answer these questions and being with us. You did a very nice job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And best wishes. Mary, back to you. Did Sarah show up yet? Is Sarah here?
I have two questions for Dr. Nasongo from the chat.
Yes, I know. Hold on.
Can you unmute him, please? Yes.
Is Sarah here?
No, we have two questions.
Okay, all right, no problem. We have time. I got it.
Yeah, but
Doctor.
okay, the first
all right, go ahead, Mary. Go ahead.
The first question is from Odofia, and it says, since corruption is rampant on the African continent and it is backed by the government officials, how do you have police fight corruption when it is backed by the policy makers? Number two is, in your opinion, how would Africans in diaspora help to invest in Africa without being seen as threats? Those were the two questions from the chat for Dr. Nasongo.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mary. I also saw on the chat another question about which country it was that spent $40,000 on snacks from the COVID-19 money. That is Kenya. I think it is all over on the social media. The minister was tabulating the expenditure, and it caused a lot of uproar. So it is all over on the social media. Now, in terms of the question about corruption supported by political leaders and how the police can fight corruption, the police cannot actually fight corruption. If you look at the transparency annual reports on the corruption perception index, one of the most corrupt departments, and let me speak here with regard to especially Kenya, is that the police department, the traffic police especially, it is the most corrupt among the public departments. And so you cannot expect that the police will fight corruption. The example of Singapore is that we need the kind of political leaders that are incorruptible, that are committed to the war against corruption. How you find those is the problem. And that is why I was, in my conclusion, as I was saying, we need a new social movement from below, because the existing institutions are not going to fight corruption because they are so steeped in corruption. There is no political will, if you ask me, on the part of the existing political leadership to fight corruption on the continent. And there is a popular saying, I think this is from Nigeria, that those within the continent, among even the political leaders in the opposition and so on, who criticize corruption a lot, that the higher the decibel of the noisemakers against corruption, that is proportionate to the distance they have from power. So the nearer the power, the less noise you make. Once you are closer to an opportunity for corruption, you do not make noise about corruption at all. The more the noise making, the greater the distance you are from political power. And so we cannot expect that the current political leadership is likely to be effective in waging the war against corruption. And that's why I'm saying we need a new kind of social movement to begin to demand this. Without that, the situation will remain the same. Yes.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, the second question was about diaspora investing in Africa. Could you ask it again, please?
Okay, the role of diaspora without being threats, especially that they are the ones who make noise against these things. I think the question was, how can diaspora Africans be able to invest in Africa smoothly without being persecuted, especially that they are the voice of anti-corruption and all those ones that are not going well on the continent?
A good question. I think the manner in which the diaspora can assist this is in terms of this sensitization I'm talking about the need to engender a new social movement against corruption. The diaspora people constantly invest on the continent. Our money is actually very welcome in terms of investing, in terms of helping out. And I think my fellow panelists indicated that in fact, in many families, their major source of livelihood is remittances from the diaspora. We have so many, and I think Dr. Mutisia yesterday made a great point when he said he and some diaspora colleagues are beginning a new university in Kenya. And so the investment is there. Where it becomes a problem is when now the diaspora arrive on the scene and they begin to be seen as threats in terms of political positions. That then when you are investing in development, even in your own village, when you go and help construct a borehole to provide clean water, when you go help construct a dispensary for purposes of healthcare, the incumbent political leader in that area will begin to see you as a threat. They begin to imagine that you are laying the groundwork to run for political office. That is where the problem comes in. And so the only advice will be, unless actually one is interested in running for political office, you can do the same kinds of activities helping the people, advancing infrastructure and so on, without overtly demonstrating that you might be in some way interested in running for political office. I think we can make a change. Thank you.
I think that's a really very wise answer, because I have discussions literally on a week-to-week basis about going back to the continent, investing, taking back not only just investment funds, but also new technologies, new ideas. And I said, what you want to do is you want to go in and talk with the people and find out what they think they really need, and not just superimpose something on top of them. So going to a best practice, how do you do that, where you start communicating with the local people, regardless of the country, but from the standpoint of trying to find out what they want, what they need, and how you may fit into that? Or if someone has a good idea, do you think they should just go and start meeting with government officials, the chambers of commerce, heads of the communities of faith, and try to work their way in that fashion? What do you think is really the best, or is it a combination of both?
In my view, my personal view is the other way around. Going to government officials does not work. What the government officials always will be looking out for is what is in there for themselves. I remember there is a
that goes back to the corruption issue.
Yes, the corruption issue. Because I remember there was a guy who I can't remember the country, but he intended to ship medical equipment to Kenya. Free. This equipment arrived at the port in Mombasa. But the people who help clear, they were demanding for bribes in order to clear this equipment. The equipment is coming to help the people. It is coming in for free. The guy was so pissed off, he actually decided to take the shipment and leave. So the equipment never arrived. So going through political leaders, unless you identify a real genuine political leader who will be amenable to doing the right thing, which is quite rare. My advice would be identify these things they call community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, regional non-governmental organizations, professional interest groups. Right now, I'm actually working with a group called Western Professionals. They approach issues from a very professional perspective. They identify the needs, they identify the cost, and the source for resources. And so when you go in through that, you are likely to make a lasting impact in the lives of community members than when you go and begin in Nairobi, for example, or you begin in Kampala, or you begin in Dar es Salaam with the political leaders. By the time you come down to the community level, whatever resources you had would have been already spent up there. Recently, I was talking to some of my people back in the village where I come from, and I'm trying to identify the basic need, the best way to help whatever needs they have. Mm-hmm. And so I'm in the process of actually constituting a group that will be working with whoever is on the ground for purposes of identifying. And my focus is actually on education, because there are many young men, young girls who do very well at primary level school, but they do not have the resources to proceed to high school. So we want to identify ways of assisting those. And in that way, I cannot go through the political leadership, even at the level of my county. I have to go through these community-based organizations, regional NGOs. In that way, you make a better impact.
That's fantastic. What would be two other ideas, Dr. Shadrach, that we should think about, or the ones that want to help the diaspora or any organization in the United States and other countries to think about first before trying to select a country or to go back to their own home area? What should they really think about and discuss themselves about what they want to get out of this experience and why they want to do this?
In most of the states in this country where you have a significant population of diaspora people, they actually have organizations. And the best way, I think, is to identify these organizations and seek to work with them. I live in Memphis, and we have an organization called Friends Indeed. We have an organization called K Sisters, or Kenyan Sisters, very powerful organizations that mobilize resources, not only for purposes of investment, but also for purposes of helping back home. So I think perhaps the beginning point will be to identify some of these organizations that are seriously working for the welfare of the people and identifying what their needs are and how best to partner with them for purposes of making a difference back home.
I think that's another wise statement that you made. So look for organizations that are already well established, maybe in concert with the type of social or economic or environmental development that you want to be involved in, yes. And then go and meet with them and determine how you can best collaborate instead of trying to set up something that's totally separate on your own.
Yes, and that way you are sure you are working with serving the interest of the people themselves, rather than you arriving already with your own schedule of what you want to do without knowing exactly actually what the priorities might be at the ground level.
I have a question for Dr. Nasongo.
Sure.
Okay, so now that we have seen the corruption, now we have seen the trajectory leadership for the continent. Yes, we can align ourselves with the community development, but what will happen to the leadership? Should we leave it that way, or should we also encourage grassroots leadership, changing organizations so that at least in 10 years we get better leadership on the continent? What's your take on that?
That is, that is very, very, very important. Yeah. So in the process of engaging with these community-based organizations, these regional NGOs and so on, part of the engagement should not only be with regard to economic empowerment, but also with civic education, so that they get to understand the interface, the connection between political leadership and the state of affairs. In that way, then they can be sensitized into deciding what kind of political leaders they will want to vote for. Mm-hmm. And so that, yes, that will be a very insurgent way of doing it to create change, not only with regard to their own state of affairs, but with regard to the political leadership at the national level, so that then they are sensitized into knowing that the kind of political leaders you are going to elect will determine whether your lot will be better or will not. And so it will be a very great thing to do.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. These are really great answers. Mary, do you have another question you would like to present?
Actually, it is just in addition to what the professor was saying. In particular, me, I take a pride. I was his student, political science. So I guess I not only have his support as my professor, but he's also a great professor, very passionate about Africa. And remember when I walked into his class, I said, why aren't you in Kenya and you become the president of Kenya? And he was like, Mary, he's a Christian too. He was like, I think I can only work behind on the grassroots. So I want just to applaud him as my former professor and for the wonderful work he did and acknowledge him on the panel. That was it.
Thank you
That's
very much,
fantastic.
Mary. It is great working with you, and you also are engaged in doing great work. So I'm impressed by what you are doing. So keep it up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see, I think we have, Mary, it looks like we have another question that just popped up. Professor, you are quite popular here on this corruption issue, but it really is a big message. Mary, you want to ask the question?
Let me see what it is.
Yeah, it just popped up.
I haven't screened it. You want to go for it?
Okay, this is going to the corruption again, Dr. Shadrach. And it was about, can anything be done in the area of grassroots organizations in order to enlighten the local people on the adverse effects of corruption on the general growth and development of our African continent? So they're looking across the 54 countries, and is there anything that can be done that will raise the sensitivity and the knowledge among the general citizens about corruption and how it really is a detriment to their long-term safety, stability, and security?
Yes, great question. Yeah, definitely. And that is part of what I was mentioning in terms of the civic education and sensitization of people at the grassroots level about the interface between political leadership and the state of a country, politically, economically, and socially. And if they are sensitized enough and come to realize that corruption is actually one of the most important problems that they face, they are likely to do something about it. The problem there is with most of our countries is this is the politics of identity, and that is what creates quite a number of problems. In the sense that if someone is corrupt and he is from my ethnic group, I don't see it as a problem. If someone is corrupt and is from a different identity group, then it is a problem. So if we can sensitize the people to understand that irrespective of the identity belonging of the political leader, that whatever they are doing is detrimental to the welfare of everyone else, and the people come to understand that, it will be the beginning point of fundamental change.
Well, thank you very much. We were actually right on time. Mary was just letting me know that the chief is here, and thank you for your.
Hello? Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he's right here in front of us. And thank you, Professor, for being with us and going over this issue of corruption, because any conference that you attend, any conversations you have on projects always seems to end up back in the lap of corruption. How do we deal with it, and how do we move beyond it? And so your ideas are very well presented, and at the same time very well received, because we know we must do something about it. But this issue, the last question we had, I thought was very astute, is how do we educate the people all across Africa, all 1.2+ billion of them, to say that no more corruption. We want to have security, safety, and good food, good water, good infrastructure in our communities. And as long as people are stealing money, we can't do that. So thank you for sharing your opinions and the research that you've been working on over these years. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's, the chief is here, and actually we are within 3 minutes. We're 3 minutes early, Charles, and so I'll introduce you. We have the bio has already been presented as far as the chat is concerned. He is there, but Chief Charles A. Taku is going to be sharing his information and views. And Charles, if I can call you that, thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much. And I must thank the organizers for providing us this platform on The Voice to have this discussion about Africa, especially in times of dire needs, in times where of these challenges of COVID-19, the other complex issues facing Africa. I will start my presentation from the perspective that Africa is coming to these problems from a very disadvantaged position, because Africa, until the early 1960s, was not a subject of international law. Indeed, the first and second peace conferences, 1889 and 1907, Africa was never been contemplated. At the creation of the United Nations, Africa was not subject to international law. The founders of the United Nations themselves did not imagine that non-state actors will rise to prominence and will direct or impact on a lot of world affairs, including the capacity to wage war, the capacity to control the world economy, to breach the frontiers of sovereignty, and to pose either a threat or provide solutions to world problems. That was never in the UN Charter. You wouldn't find that. You find they were not even contemplated. But however, on becoming independent, Africa took several measures to try to meet the world challenges. I will start this by looking at the scoreboard of Africa on this area of international law, especially from the multilateral framework that exists, that is in place in Africa in order to meet the challenges. And if that multilateral framework were activated, or there was a political will to enforce them, Africa will never be taken by surprise. Africa will have had a ready answer to its the health challenges, food security, the wars, the bloodletting of the continent, the corruption, and other challenges that present Africa today as a troubled continent. Permit me to mention some of them before I bring my suggestions on how to mitigate or resolve the challenges that we're facing today, especially in Africa. The Lagos Plan of Action and the Final Act of Lagos, 1980, for incorporating programs for self-reliance and cooperation among African countries. The Africa Charter on Human and People's Rights, 1981, Nairobi. Africa's Priority Program for Economic Recovery, 1985. OAU Declaration of Political and Socio-Economic Situation in Africa and Fundamental Changes Taking Place in the World, 1990. The Charter on Popular Participation, 1990. The Abuja Treaty, Charter Establishing African Economic Community, 1991. The Mechanism for Conflict Prevention, Management and Resolution, 1993. Cairo Agenda for Action, 1995. African Common Position on African External Debt Crisis, 1997. The Algiers Decision on Constitutional Change of Government, 1999. Lomé Declaration on the Framework for OAU Response to Unconstitutional Changes of Government 2000. The Constitutional Act of the African Union adopted in Lomé in 2000 and entered into force in 2001. NEPAT, Lusaka, 2001. The Malabo Protocol to the African Court on Human and People's Rights, 2014. The African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, 1990. Then the African Nuclear Weapon Free Zone Treaty signed in 1996, which came into effect in July 2009, also called Treaty of Palendeba, the site of the South African Nuclear Energy Corporation. The AU Team of the Year, we all know, is Silencing Guns 2020 initiative. The African, of course, we have the African Center for Disease Control, the CDC, that strengthens the capacity and capability of Africa's public health institutions, as well as partnerships to detect and respond quickly and effectively to disease threats and outbreaks based on data-driven intervention and programs. Now, let's look at the record. An anxious look at the foreign and national investment policies in Africa against available investment opportunities and the investment needs of the continent justifies the characterization of Africa as a continent which is constantly begging to be recognized. This is one bedrock of corruption. Corruption through some multilateral interventions and also through African governments that have carefully kept the investment contracts, investment policies of Africa away from the Africans themselves, from the participants, from their own local experts. In the result, as a quid pro quo for internalizing power, the African leaders manage the national resources of Africa, the mineral resources and other resources. It is a no-go area. It's only for them and some multinationals. Of course, even the international negotiations, they hardly associate the experts, and they keep them away. They keep the secret. It's a secret, state secret, because there's a quid pro quo. This is the high hallmark of corruption on the continent, in the manner in which few people look in that direction when they talk about corruption. In this way, many African countries are being ruled by proxy. The proxy using puppets to internalize power for themselves and their families. Now, before independence, the foreign trade policy of Africa, European colonies, were imposed rather than negotiated. African economies were rudimentary and mainly aimed at producing and supplying raw material for European industrial commercial market. The huge mineral deposits and agricultural potential belonged to colonial powers and their citizens. In an address in Oxford University in 1949, Dr. Namzi Azikiwe strongly opposed the fact that land and resources in Nigeria and the Cameroons, although belonging to indigenous people, as a matter of colonial imperial policy, in reality belonged to Her Majesty the Queen of England, Queen of England's government. Now, many colonial African institutional independence were controlled and managed by imposed military, monetary, economic, educational, social, cultural cooperation treaties that subjugated the economic sovereignty of the colonies or of the new independent countries to elsewhere colonial masters. These colonial treaties subsist. The currency in the French colonies, as well as the economic policy, including the cultural policies, the politics. Of course, an example is the agreement that was signed by Amadou Ahidjo of Cameroon on December 12, 1959, that gave the sovereignty over key areas of the Cameroon economy and political power and the currency, of course, the currency to the French government and the French treasury. That treaty has lately, I think 2012 or 2011, been modified, but is subsisting. There is a lack of a Pan-African or continental safety net and transboundary strategy for food security, desertification, secure water resources for human consumption, for resource exploitation, for maritime transportation, agricultural resources, fishing and sustainable fishing, and also sustainable research. There is a paucity of bilateral and multilateral treaties on the joint management and exploitation of Africa's marine economy. E.g., we have the dispute over the Nile, the negotiation on the use of the Nile. Where there exists, the management is ridden with corruption and mismanagement. The Doha round on the multilateral trade by members of the World Trade Organization did not favor Africa because the US refused to remove subsidies from US agricultural products, making it extremely hard for African agricultural products to be competitive. However, the reduction of subsidies on that was decided in the Nairobi round of negotiations was greatly mitigated by global trade barriers, which are still largely unfavorable to Africa. The Nairobi Agreement compromise, which aims at boosting the economic growth of developing countries, centering on reducing agricultural subsidies, allowing them to export agricultural products in exchange, open up economies, the African economies and that of developing countries, to the developing countries, particularly in the banking sector and finance, which is again not so much in favor of Africa. Confused and disjointed response to mondialization, technological advancement and transfer of technology and investments have hampered African appropriate response, either continental or within our African countries, to emerging and challenging world trends. Health security deficit. No comprehensive state-by-state, regional or continental policy or multilateral treaty on health security exists to counter pandemics. Africa is not new to these health challenges. We have the Ebola before, we have the AIDS, we have the malaria, but now we have the COVID-19. Lack of focus and support for a Pan-African or continental scientific network to encourage real-world research and accredit and validate scientific research outcomes on the continent. African conflict. There's a lack of political will to establish an African Center for Arbitration, for Resolution of Investment Conflict, and a strong enforcement regime for existing treaties. There's a clear lack of economic sovereignty. There's a lack of continental commitment to pluralistic participatory democracy. On September 9, 1999, the African head of state met in Libya and transformed the AU to African Union with the objective to accelerating the progress of the integration of the continent. But the report is that the lack of support of African governments for African multilateral treaty regime or African institutions that they themselves negotiated in good faith for them to ratify and sign upon them and enforce them is simply alarming. Lately, because the African Court for Human People's Rights in Arusha, Tanzania, delivered judgments against the government of Rwanda, against citizens, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin Republic, and Tanzania, they withdrew the individual mandate. They withdrew the authorization for their citizens to bring cases directly against the government to the African Court for Human and People's Rights. The ability of Africans on the continent of Africa to bring cases to the citizens to bring cases to the African Court for Human and People's Rights was a welcome development of the continent, where the legal institutions in the African countries are either weak or totally corrupt or dominated by executive interference to the extent of politicizing them. The militarization of justice in African countries, the disrespect for court decisions is so alarming and extremely shameful as to render the legal systems in African countries extremely weak. For more than 20 years in international criminal courts, I first came to the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda on the 25th of October 1999 and have remained in the international court system ever since. From there, I went to Sierra Leone, as David said, and to the ICC, where I am also lead counsel on the institution for Darfur, Jinabanda, the Central African Republic, Northern Uganda. And in all this conflict, I have been involved with refugees. We call them victims, but they are refugees and internally displaced. I've been to the battlefields and I've seen them at first hand, and I know the situation on the face. I've also been involved in pushing international organizations to take the Trans-Sahara migration program, to take it up as an emergency, a national international emergency, especially the massacre of people in the death of people, which are called massacre in the Mediterranean. This migration pandemic, like I say, is extremely serious. So far, I'm seeing very little action. Of late, I only saw one governor in Nigeria, Obaseki, the governor of Edo State, who took concrete and laudable action in order to mitigate the young girls and young people from Edo State from migrating to Europe that are found in the streets of France, in Belgium, in Italy. It is only that Obaseki, yes, his name is Obaseki, the governor of Edo State of Nigeria, who took it up as a government program in his state to make sure that Edo girls and boys and men who should be in school, who should be empowered, are resettled to stay home and help to participate in the political life of their state and their country. On the wars, Africa, that have displaced thousands of people, the loss of the value for humans' life in Africa is so alarming. Permit me to cite my own case, what I can call the slaughter, the carnage of the Southern Cameroonians from their ancestral homelands, and hundreds of thousands of them deported into Nigeria, where luckily the governors of the neighboring state in Nigeria, on their own, even without support from the federal government, is doing their best with the refugee agencies, whom I must take this opportunity to thank, to take care of these refugees.
Chief Taku, 5 more minutes.
Yes. Now, all these are happening on the watch of the civilized world, on the watch of Africa. The African Union is doing absolutely nothing. And therefore, my suggestion is that a multilateral treaty regime exists. The political will is not there. We should all campaign as that African governments should put in place, to activate this multilateral treaty for the purpose of good governance, for democracy, to meet this pandemic, so that we can also try to contribute African solution to African problems while welcoming the assistance from the international community, from the United States and other countries. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take questions right at the very end, if that's okay with you. And now we have Sarah. Sarah, welcome to the conference, and thank you for joining us. Let me get back up to Sarah's bio. Her bio is actually in the chat section of this conference. So if you'd like to look up the information about Sarah, but she's with Amnesty International, and also she's a very world-renowned author and published a number of books. So Sarah, we're not going to take up your time. Thank you for being here, and please go ahead and share with our audience.
Hi, thank you. Just checking, is the microphone working?
Yes, you're coming through loud and clear. We can't see you, but you're coming through loud and clear.
Yeah, I have the video off because the environment that we're in. So I'm in my bedroom and I didn't feel it was.
That's no problem. We're glad to have you. Welcome.
But thank you very much. And I appreciate the invitation to speak. I was asked to speak today about the human rights situation related to the coronavirus pandemic that we're experiencing right now, as it impacts the continent. So I just prepared some remarks in relation to that, and then look forward to questions and conversation. So the situation definitely varies by country, but the majority of African countries struggle with understaffed and underfunded healthcare systems as a result of decades of neglect by African governments, which is from a multitude of reasons. There's a discussion of corruption earlier, which definitely has also often played a role, but just a shifting of priorities in regards to how funds have been spent, and then just a lack of appropriate development goals within that sector as well. One statistic is noted that countries in sub-Saharan Africa have 0.2 physicians for every 1,000 people, while OECD countries average 2.9 doctors for every 1,000 people. So you can see where we're at a deficit on the continent as a starting point. One thing that the continent does have is a lot of institutional knowledge related to pandemics and virulent diseases due to Ebola and some measles outbreaks and things like that, that has been leveraged very effectively. But that institutional knowledge can't fill the gap when there's just not enough beds for patients as well. And one study showed that there's 5 hospital beds for every 1 million people in Africa, while the US averages 5,000 beds per million. So you can see the starting point from which things are moving forward when a pandemic strikes on the continent. But these figures also don't take into account the overcrowded conditions in prisons, as well as settlement camps that are hosting Africa's displaced population. According to the UNHCR, Africa had 24,213,204 displaced persons in the last year. You understand what I'm saying? That was the most recent count. That isn't mean 24 million people were displaced just in the last year alone. These individuals living in these settlement camps and refugee camps have minimal access to healthcare and are dependent on assistance from governments. And so one thing that also has been an issue is that a lot of these camps, these settlement camps, the people housed there are not allowed to gain citizenship in the country in which they're housed. They're not allowed formal employment, and they're really not allowed to leave the camps. So social distancing and exploring other options to try to increase their safety from the virus is just really not even an option. Basic human rights have been further at risk with the COVID-19 crisis. The ability of security forces to protect and maintain the rule of law in a manner that adheres to international and regional standards is doubtful, as accountability and civilian oversight has been diminished. Police and military have been videotaped beating individuals for violating shelter-in-place restrictions. There's lots of images that have come out from Kenya and South Africa that I'm aware of, but I'm sure that those are by far from isolated incidences. They also face increased risk of exposure to COVID-19 due to Additionally, we've noted indefinite states of emergency that reduce government accountability. There have been enhanced restrictions placed on freedom of expression and access to information. There's one case in Zimbabwe that I have been involved with in my work that exemplifies the government exploitation of COVID-19 restrictions to harass and restrict government opposition figures and human rights defenders. So on May 13, 3 opposition activists, one a member of parliament, were arrested at a police roadblock in Harare for leading an anti-government protest about the authorities' response to the COVID-19 pandemic and widespread hunger issues that Zimbabwe is experiencing. Following their arrest at the roadblock, they were taken to Harare Central Police Station, where they were asked to get into another vehicle under the pretext that they were being taken to Warren Park Police Station. However, they never made it there. They were forcibly disappeared. 2 days later, they were found over 50 miles from Harare, and the activists reported that they had been tortured and sexually assaulted. They were taken for treatment in the hospital, but there has been no investigation initiated into their disappearance and their credible allegations of torture. However, on May 26th, the police charged the activists with gathering with intent to promote public violence and breach of peace. And that's in relation to the protest related to the COVID-19 restrictions and hunger. So they used a pretext of COVID-19 related issues as a way to suppress opposition voices. The authorities charged the women and deployed prison guards and police to their hospital, forcing them to wear prison clothing, even though they had been granted bail under those charges. The authorities called their abduction fake, and they were subsequently rearrested last week on charges of falsifying the report of their abduction, and they were denied bail this Monday. And they've been to prison until June 26, where they face up to 20 years in prison and fines for the charges of falsifying their abduction report. So it also exemplifies the issues because now these women who are opposition figures are put into a prison overcrowding situation where it increases their danger in terms of the virus. So it's another way that the government is able to utilize what's happening as a way to suppress voices. Amnesty's also noted a lot of freedom of the press issues. Governments have used the pretext of the pandemic to further restrict press freedoms. The weapons of repression against individual journalists, as well as news organizations, have been greatly strengthened in many countries, including deterrent prison sentences being enacted. So it's up to 6 months in South Africa, 5 years in Botswana, up to 20 years in Zimbabwe as examples. Sorry, I just saw a message popping up from the Zoom, so I wanted to check it. In Egypt, the Supreme Council for Media Regulation asked that ordinary citizens report on the publication of fake news about the pandemic. The implementation of these emergency laws often show a broad acceptance of the idea of fake news, which is not a phrase that is new from 2016, but is definitely a phrase that has proliferated a lot since 2016. And there's no need to state why. We are all aware of who trumpets against fake news on a regular basis. The implementation of these emergency law, they are also used to deter criticism and muzzle opposition. Some examples of countries that have used the COVID-19 crisis to restrict media freedoms is Namibia. They've used the opportunity to restrict attendance at press conferences. So rather than just allowing for social distancing, they have restricted attendance. Egypt, Botswana, and Somalia, only government statements on the subject may be published. In Swaziland, using printed and electronic media to obtain information about COVID-19 is banned without prior permission of the health ministry. In Liberia, the justice authorities have threatened to close down or seize any news organization that publishes what they consider to be false information. And in Ethiopia, the definition of misinformation is so broad that it gives the authorities the discretionary power to declare any piece of information as fake. So what work has been being done on the continent? So in addition to what I mentioned before, where countries that have experienced Ebola, measles, and other pandemics have been able to leverage that institutional knowledge, Ghana, South Africa, Nigeria, Guinea, Kenya, and Senegal have also pioneered solutions. These include interactive public transport, contact tracing mobile applications, dynamic data analytics systems, rapid diagnostic testing kits, mobile testing booths, and low-cost critical care beds. So what is needed to move forward with trying to assist the continent to suppress the pandemic, as well as prepare for other incidences that could arise in the future? One suggestion is to strengthen and rebuild their healthcare systems instituted through a Marshall Plan level funding, to provide debt relief and access to IMF financial tools, to provide emergency food and resources, and to urge governments to protect human rights and civic space. So those were the remarks that I had. So I will yield back my time and wait for questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah, for being with us. First question would be, what do you see as far as governments across the African continent continuing to suppress or remove the rights of citizens, or even use media to share information about the COVID-19, but really anything else that it seems to feel is sensitive as far as its public is concerned and the institutions within these various countries?
So, yeah, as I had noted, we've definitely seen an impact on suppression of the press, as well as opposition figures and voices that are critical of the response. This is definitely not unique to the continent by any stretch. President Trump defends his actions, his government actions, and his responses all the time. Other countries have also defended steps that they've taken. So it's not unique for a government to flail around and defend its behavior. But we have noticed that, because this is geared towards the continent, that there has been a definite increase in trying to leverage what is happening as a way to consolidate power, silence voices, and it's unlikely that a lot of these restrictions will then be dialed back. So, some of them in relation to, the proliferation of quote unquote fake news don't necessarily call out COVID-19. They just say that, anything that is fake news is punishable. And so there's no reason then for a government to dial that back. It can continue going forward. So we need to keep an eye on those sorts of things and work to make sure that those are not enforced going forward, in addition to working to try to dial back what's happening right now.
So Sarah, what you're saying is COVID-19 is just a cover and excuse to suppress other information and other sharing and activities by the publics in these different countries that the governments wanted to do anyway.
Yeah, so some of the regulations specifically relate to the pandemic. And so unless they are not modified and or their judiciary does not expand their application, those laws and regulations will expire when the pandemic expires. So while they're concerning and worrisome, they're not as a critical nature as the ones such as Egypt enacted and Ethiopia enacted, where it just relates to fake news broadly. So, whether it's an opportunistic grabbing of a situation to create further suppression, or it's just, a not well thought out, but a considered happy circumstance by a government that they can continue to utilize. I'm not in a position to impose that concept on how a government is operated, but it has led to these situations that we need to be mindful of and observing.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. And there'll probably be another question. Chief Taku, question is, it's quite a long one. I'm going to summarize it, but how is it best to raise awareness of these international treaties so that the governments within the 54 countries, but more than that, the citizens are aware of the treaties or the international rights that they have, can be well known and then either lobbied for that they'll be enacted or made aware so that people can become involved in making sure that they actually have their international rights protected?
That's a very important question, because the question relates to a fundamental issue on the African continent, what are called the rule of law deficit on the continent. And I think all of us, including this platform, the respective bar associations on the African continent, the civil society organizations, we ought to be aware of these laws and make sure we take it to raise awareness in African countries, international conferences, everywhere on the continent. And let me just cite one example, because the professor, distinguished professor, I think spoke about corruption. The Malabo Protocol on the African Court for Human and People's Rights criminalizes corruption on the continent. But it remains just that, because how many African countries have ratified the protocol? How many of them, even if they did, how many of them have given the individual mandate to their citizens to bring cases to the African Court for Human and People's Rights? And I say so because the African Court for Human and People's Rights, the decisions, the judgments are enforceable. And therefore, if citizens of Kenya, Nigeria could take cases of corruption directly to this court, which are enforceable, then the power has been given back to the citizens. Remember, I just said our judicial systems are hampered because the dictators of the continent appoint, promote, and dismiss judges, and they disrespect court orders. So it is for us, starting with this platform, and any other platform I have been, for us and the civil society in Africa to call on African countries that they should respect their multilateral treaty engagements, especially the treaties that they themselves freely negotiated for the continent in order to regulate the law affairs for good governance and, on the continent. They themselves will be held to that. But their disrespect and disregard for their own African, Pan-African treaty regime is so alarming. It's extremely alarming. So I think, starting with this forum today, and I thank you for giving me this platform, and I have been fighting this battle in other forums across the world. As president of the International Criminal Court Bar, this is one of the issues I raised when I brought the African Bar Association to sign a cooperation agreement, contract with African Bar. I took it in every city I've gone. It is for us, for Africa, to know that this treaty regime exists. But African governments in the respective African countries are not talking about them. They don't even want the systems to know. It is for us now to start that crusade, I might say, to ensure that they are not only known, there's not only awareness, but they're activated in order to serve the purposes for which they were, these treaties were made.
Well, you're certainly in the proper forum for sharing these ideas. One last question, and I'm going to go back to Sarah and close out this panel 3. What would be the 3 main ideas that you want to summarize your presentation, which was quite excellent, but you want the people here that are listening and also on the recording to take away from your presentation? 3 main ideas, short, sweet, and quick.
So, sorry, this is Sarah. You wanted to start with me?
No, I'm talking to Chief Taku. Chief Chaco,
Perfect.
what
Yes.
3 main ideas do you have? We need to be very quick that you want the people listening here to take away from your presentation about these international treaties and international laws.
The first idea is that starting from the pandemic that has again surprisingly caught Africa unawares, whereas this is not the first time. Africa is not new to these health calamities. Starting from it, the African should be able to look into what is positive, what Africa already has itself as its own contribution to use these treaty regimes to help Africans. We welcome international cooperation. We are part of the world. We benefit from the transfer of technology in dealing with the issues. We welcome the first responders, the human rights organizations, and the refugee organizations out there. We welcome them. But we Africans are not just going to sit back and expect to do nothing, whereas a multilateral treaty regime exists on the continent. Secondly, the African civil society needs to be empowered. We need to reorganize African civil society. We need partnerships with our peers across the world, in the United States, in Europe, across the world. Let us learn from the fact that mondialization has brought the fact that Africa, the multinationals and others have come. Non-state actors like ourselves are there in the field, driving affairs of the world. We too, the African civil society organizations, must learn from the non-state actors who are in this field across the world and come back to Africa and use our knowledge. We study in the same schools with our colleagues elsewhere in the world. We have the same competencies. We are experts in everything. Let us bring a pool of all these experts on the African continent. Let us come together and probably will appear around the world to help us rebuild a strong civil society organization for Africa as alternative, viable alternatives to corrupt leaders.
Last point, major point.
And the last point is that we should take this battle to all the classrooms and all the universities in Africa. The younger generation of Africans grown up at this point in time do not have the luxury to live in the world which our parents live and we live and which we are still caring about. It's our duty that our generation, the future belongs to this generation. They are offspring of the technological age, that the offspring of international cooperation. We should take it to all the universities and all the classrooms in Africa and make sure we bring them up with this new reality so that they can help to save Africa from itself.
Fantastic. That's a great summary. Thank you for doing that. Sarah, same question to you. We have about 4 minutes. How would you summarize and what would be your main takeaways as far as what's going on with the refugees, how they're being treated in these various countries? But more than that is, how do you prepare these people maybe not going back home, needing to be where they are, and how do we look at this both from the refugees' point of view, but also the hosting states at this time and what they need to be doing?
So I think it's important to understand that, you know, the rules that are keeping people trapped into these settlement camps are longstanding and aren't going away anytime soon. That is a long-term advocacy issue that Amnesty and many other organizations have been working on for a very long time. We can use the situation to highlight the urgency of allowing people to leave these settlement camps and, you know, try to begin a life in their host country. But, you know, that should be a goal. But within the immediate moment, what we also need to be urging governments to do is to institute contact tracing within the camps, to encourage families to socially isolate amongst themselves, and that there's an adequate amount of testing provided so that if somebody does experience an infection of the COVID, that they are properly isolated to try to contain it from spreading throughout the camp. You know, we need to try to do what we can to protect these individuals in the moment, as well as continue to push for our long-term advocacy efforts to grant them the rights that they should be experiencing as they are displaced from their countries of origin.
So again, what would be the 3 takeaways that you want everyone here? This is a very dynamic and well-connected organization and group. What do you want them to remember about your being with us today and how we need to look at these refugees? 3 main.
Sure. Yeah, so the 3 main points that I would focus on is that we need to be observant of the increase in human rights abuses that are being perpetrated in relation to the pandemic, the excessive violence related to enforcing lockdowns, and the use of violence and arrests against opposition figures as a way to try to silence people. We also need to be very concerned about freedom of the press issues and how it has been expanded as a way to stifle voices of dissent and contradictory opinions that oppose an image that a government is trying to put forward in relation to how it's operating. If somebody is being critical of how this issue is being operated, governments that are trying to stifle dissent want to silence those voices because then they don't want the critiques to continue to expand beyond this. And last, I would say that what really is needed is a push to increase the medical capacity on the continent. There are lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of people trained as healthcare professionals that originate from countries on the continent, but many of them emigrate so that they can, their skills are utilized in a way that they are, paid better, they have better facilities, and there's, this is from experience from a lot of people that I know in Zimbabwe who've expressed this, that a frustration that they can't help people because the implements that they need are not being provided. And so they go somewhere where they feel that they can make a difference because they can actually provide the care that the people need. So we need to find a way to encourage all of these medical professionals to stay on the continent. And that means providing adequate resources. And OECD countries really need to step up and assist and not use the continent as a dumping ground of our discarded medical waste machines that can't be repaired, don't work well, and we're just basically utilizing it as a way to dump our used electronics on the continent. We actually need to provide them useful medical implements. Dikembe Mutombo has an organization that he began where he provides a anesthesia machine for surgeries that runs off a battery. So it survives if there's no power going on. And so it has made surgeries much more accessible and possible on the continent. We need organizations and individuals to be providing materials such as that in order to improve the capacity on the continent.
In essence, what we need to do is be provided more innovative and creative technologies that are actually appropriate for Africa, particularly in terms of energy, which is stretched in many cases and not available in others. And I certainly understand that. And on our remote planet, we have what's called the power for peace. And without power, just like without water and food, you're really not going to have much peace. And so, Sarah, thank you very much for being here and sharing about what Amnesty International is doing and your fine work. And Chief Taku, thank you very much. And you're fighting a huge battle, and we appreciate you for it. And thank you for your effort, your energy, and your intelligence, and what it is that you're doing. We're ready to go on to the panel number four. And Mary, we need to put up their bibliographies. I don't see them yet. If we can put those up in chat, please.
They are in the chat. We have Frank, we have Dr. Beach,
we have them here, but I don't see the bibliographies.
Let me ask, those ones are with the Rogers. Rogers?
Yeah.
Can you please post their bios? Thank you.
Yeah, please post the bios so we can go ahead and start with panel 4. It looks like everyone's here.
Yeah.
think that's necessary for all of our guests. Panelists, give us just a moment. We're working out a technical difficulty, and then as soon as we put the bios up, we'll be ready to go.
There you go.
Good, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, wonderful. Let me get back to this. Frank is here, his beautiful French. I've got to make sure I introduce him properly or he'll be very upset with me.
Thank you.
Thank you
Yes,
for
I'm
being
here.
back. I know,
you.
I can see you, and welcome back.
Thank you
But
so much.
anyway, you're listed as a political activist. And in our Emerald Planet, we don't do things in politics, religion, and all that. We just go follow the science. But I know that you have a fantastic background, and you really are reaching out in a very realistic way to others. So most everyone knows you. So the bio has actually been posted. I don't want to take your time, but we are exactly on 2 minutes late, but we'll make it up. But anyway, Frank, thank you for being with us. And why don't you please start and kick us off?
Thank you so much for having me. It's a great pleasure for me to have this wonderful opportunity to be sharing, to be presenting with all of you. Actually, I feel very humble because I'm surrounded with great minds, and I'm amazed by the things that I'm hearing and the variety of these panels. And I was given the task to talk about the African youth and also the COVID-19 right now and what we will envision in the future with that African youth. As you know, the COVID-19 started in China and it spread like wildfire. And we can really see that what happened somewhere will affect the entire world, because what happened in China not only did not stay in China, but affect the whole world, but it also it slowed down most of the most powerful economy in the world. So if you can imagine that in the United States, in Europe, they were having some serious problem, you can imagine what was happening in Africa. So I would like to discuss a little bit about this, so the COVID-19, what the effect of the COVID-19 in Africa, and together we will see what I believe that the youth of Africa could do in the future. As we know, when the COVID-19 struck in Europe and in America, we noticed that there was a lack of supplies and the healthcare system was overwhelmed. You can guess it was exactly the same thing, even worse in Africa. We realized that actually our health system was poorly run, and in such a way that they were not able to test people, they were not able to be proactive. And so what happened is that our governments, I mean African governments, were following what European governments or what the West was doing without taking in account the reality in the ground. Like, for example, in order for the disease not to spread, they have decided that they will confine people. So they decided also in Africa that most countries should confine. The problem is in Africa, somebody works today in order to nourish his family tomorrow. So if they do not work today, then they won't be able to take care of their family tomorrow. And that is a serious problem. So I'm here to say that one of the major problems is that government is completely disconnected with the African youth. As a matter of fact, the youth are so advanced compared to the government that I believe today that government are out of touch. And the problem is that all our institutions that were supposed to protect the African youth, were supposed to allow the African to express themselves and to be really free and to participate fully, not only in the African economy, but in the world economy. This is not possible simply because we have a disconnect between our leadership and the African youth. Now, it is important for us to understand that disease, COVID-19, is a very lethal disease, but I do know that, for example, in England, the Prime Minister of England had COVID-19, but he went to the hospital and fortunately for him, he was able to recover and now he's completely operational and serve his country well. In Africa, we also had ministers who were affected by this disease, the COVID-19. Unfortunately, some of them died. And why did they die? They died because the health system in those countries are not good, and because they did not have the opportunity to fly to another country because all the borders were closed. Then they were victim of what the people know every day, or what the people were experiencing every day. So I'm here to say that you have an African youth that is that wants to change things, and they are not expecting any more things from the West. Actually, we have great ideas. We believe that the solution that we're looking for are within, that we can find solution within the continent. The problem is everybody want to decide for us and want to impose us things, when actually you have a ripe generation of young Africans who have ideas. They have ideas because of the internet, Twitter, Facebook, and because they are able to go online to get educated. So they see what's going on in other countries, and they want to not only emulate, but to accommodate what they see to their own reality. But unfortunately, we have governments who are only catering to a certain group of people, and their youth is there and actually left by themselves, not knowing exactly what to do. So I'm very pleased to see that right now, when you look at the United States, for example, the youth are rising up and they are condemning what's going on, for example, with the George Floyd issue. And when I see that, I realize that the threat of justice somewhere, I mean, the presence of injustice somewhere is the threat of justice anywhere. And more, the young people everywhere agreed that when there is an issue somewhere in the world, it needs to be addressed, because at the end of the day, we are all human. And if we do not take care of the issue in a particular area of the world, it will come and haunt us. So I know that today, especially in America and even in Europe, you have a lot of Caucasian citizens who are very young, who are rising up, and they are against that systematic racism. And I believe deeply in my heart that they are against it because not only they know it's wrong, but they know that if these things is not being checked, it will come and do that probably to their children in a distant future. So we need to resolve human problem, because if we don't, it will come and bite us. And we can see that also, for example, with when Hitler started to target blacks first, the rest of the world didn't say anything because it was the Africans. He was degrading the Africans. So then the Jews and all the other people didn't care about until it came to them. So what I'm here to say is that the struggle that the African community, and particularly the youth, are doing is for the betterment of the whole world. So what COVID-19 has unfolded, it has unfolded that African youth has a dream, because they've been confined. And in that confinement, of course, they are thinking, and there is now a desire of not becoming like other people, but to redefine who we are as a people. And actually, Pan-Africanism is becoming very strong now in the mind of young Africans, because they realize that as we come together, as we try to find a solution together, we will be able to solve the different problems that Africa is encountering. Now, there's a lot of things that are going for us, because as you all know, the African population is growing, and is growing rapidly. It is proven that we will be, and that we are, the youngest population in the face of the earth. So what are we going to do with all those young people? What are we going to do? We need to create jobs with those young people. Today, every country seems to want to close their borders. They don't want Africans to come to their countries. I think that one of the ways that we can solve immigration issues, for example, is to create an environment where Africans can stay in their own country. And for that, I believe that we need to have rule of laws. I believe that we need to have good governance. I believe that we need to have legitimate governments. Too many governments in Africa today are not legitimate. They are there against the will of their people. Now, let me give you some of the figures. It is said that in 2030, there will be approximately 370 million young Africans that will be put into the job market. This number of people represent the whole population of the United States plus the population of Canada. So I'm talking about all Northern America will be dumped into Africa and be looking for work. So it is important that the world is watching what's going on, and jobs need to be created, environment need to be created, because that youth that is full of dreams and full of aspiration want to be able to achieve, like any other people in the world, their dreams. And of course, if they're not allowed to dream in their own continent, they will have to go abroad. They will have to come to your place. And now we realize more and more that we do not want individualism. No, we want to be who we are. And we understand that we are different people with different background, with different culture, with different languages. And we like it like that. We do not want to be uniform, but we do want to learn to cohabit together and to work together and to make a better Africa. But in order for us to do that, we need to have control of government, and we need to have control of our economy. Unfortunately, African governments are too much controlled by the West, and they are too much, and the economy are too much controlled by the West, serving the interests of everybody else except us, the African. And this needs to change. One of the other things that I noticed is that Africans nowadays want to have good hospital in their own continent. They don't want to take all the time a plane to come to Europe or to the United States in order for them to have healthcare. No, they want to be able to have that in their own land. They want to be able to have jobs in their own land. But unfortunately, our resources are taken from our continent and are being used in other continents for the benefit of other people, and we are left behind. So what Africans are decided to do is to follow where their wealth and their resources are going, because it's going to Europe, it's going to America, then of course, and China and Asia, of course, they will follow their resources. So what am I saying? I'm saying that the African youth today realize that, yes, the mineral that is used to make the cell phone come from, mostly 70% of it come from Africa. So therefore, they want also to have a part of it because it's coming from the continent. Therefore, Africans should benefit from it first because it's coming from us. And so we need to reform our government. We need to reform the way we're thinking our economy. And I think if the West want to help the African youth, the best way to do it is to create a bridge, a direct bridge between the West and that youth. Because when they go through governments, what is happening is that that money never go down. It never trickle down. It's just stay there, and it's creating oligarchy, people who actually are controlling and are not allowing their people to dream. So it is important also to know that even though the African population is very young, it's very, very young, we are not represented in government. Nowadays, I would say the youngest president in Africa probably is 55 years old, and the oldest probably 80 or 75 years old.
Frank, and that's 5 more minutes.
Okay, and that is unacceptable because the African 70% of the African population is under the age of 30. So I'm here to say that in the year 2050, 1/3 of the youth will be African. So we need to find a way to create an environment where Africans can develop themselves and can be themselves and can enjoy fully of their continent. And like I said, we are willing to share with everybody in the world. We are willing to share our wealth. That's not the issue. But the issue is we are not willing to that people will take resources out of Africa at our expense. So this is what I wanted to share with you. COVID-19 is a very serious problem, and it reveals that when it affects one community, it will affect all the other communities. So it is important that we resolve that issue as a human issue. It's not a Caucasian or a white issue or a black issue or an African issue. It's a human problem. So as human beings, we need to resolve it. And I think also we need to change the perception of how we see Africans. We are all created equal before God, and we all desire life, and we all want liberty and also the pursuit of happiness. And I think that as African youth will take their rightful place, and the African continent will take its rightful place in the global economy, I really believe in my heart that the world will be better. It will be a better place. The world will be a more peaceful place, and it will be a more stable place. And after saying this, I will yield my time. Thank you so much for listening.
Frank, you finished a few minutes earlier. We're going to share that with Dr. Malcolm Beach in just a minute, but thank you for your very enthusiastic and fact-filled information about youth on the continent. And it's something that the world is just going to have to face because it is the youngest emerging population on the planet. And if you feel, just look at the statistic, about 850 million on the African continent about 5+ years ago. Now it's 1.2 billion, 1.2 billion. So if you look at the expansion of youth just within that short period of time, it's a very, very real dynamic. And I know that Dr. Malcolm Beach is going to be talking about this, looking at jobs, businesses creation. He has a very outstanding business background, well educated, and actually I'm right down the road from where he graduated at the National Law School of George Washington University. So Dr. Beach, welcome, and please, time for you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Yes, this is a, a very, very interesting time for everybody around the world with the COVID-19 making the headlines. But with the youth, it's particularly important because they are our future. You know? A lot of the things that we plan for with all these great plans for 2063 and all these kinds of numbers, you know, none of us are going to be around. So we need the youth to be here to actually implement some of those plans and attain some of those goals. But I would like to say that my particular interest, of course, is entrepreneurship and business. And I think what COVID-19 did was emphasize to everybody all over the world, while the global economy is wonderful, you really got to take responsibility for taking care of yourself. You know, each country, when they shut down the airports and all the borders to anybody else, they realized they were really all alone. So they had to look to their own resources to see how they were going to survive. Many countries had relied so much on China that they didn't know what to do. I mean, China was supplying them so many goods and services that once the Chinese were cut off from the supply chain, their whole economy was about to collapse. And of course, the impact on youth was felt heaviest because many of them did not have employment, or they were new employees. They were either new in business or they wanted to go in business. They were at the beginning of the economic process, and all of a sudden the whole economy shut down. So what does this tell us? This tells us that in the future, what everybody should look forward to, and especially the youth, is to try to find some particular either employment opportunity or some particular business that you can operate on your own. Africa needs to become more self-reliant. Africa needs to become more self-sustaining. A lot of the imports that Africa imports now from other countries, they could actually make them in Africa, you know, and get rid of the extra costs of imported goods. Somebody was telling me a joke about Kenya one time. They said, you know, in Kenya, we actually import toothpicks, you know, and that becomes the kind of thing that, you know, it makes you realize that you got lazy or you weren't paying attention. Well, COVID-19 makes everybody pay attention now because they make you understand that you have to become more reliant upon yourself and your neighbors and your own country for what it's going to take for you to survive. So I think that the youth population, that's our only hope for the future, really, is to try to turn them in a direction where they will look to do things internally for themselves, and that will benefit all of us. The other thing about education now, everybody wants to do many things on the internet, you know, and I think the internet is a wonderful tool. That's all it is, it's a tool, okay? Everybody can't live off the internet. There's some people that have to learn how to build houses. You know, some people have to learn how to farm. The agriculture is still the #1 industry in Africa. And that is where the future is going to be for the short term, without a doubt. So we need more farmers. And the farmers are not the old-fashioned farmers. These are high-tech farmers. These are people that do use the internet and other technology to increase the productivity of what the land can actually yield, to grow more crops, to grow better crops. And I think the youth ought to look at agriculture as a way to improve themselves and improve the country. So once again, somebody was saying we have to make the farmers look slick, happy, upscale. If you're a farmer, you got something on the ball because you can grow your own food and feed your own family and feed some other people. You can make money for your family, for your village, and for your country. So we've got to upgrade the image of what a farmer is if we want the youth to get more interested in farming. Likewise, some of the other trades, for a long time in the future, housing is going to be very important to Africa. Better housing is what Africans need and want. It goes along with everything else, healthcare, taking care of kids. They got to have a good roof over their head. So we need more tradesmen that know how to build houses. So housing is very, very important. Also, as we go forward, we talk about food processing as another area that Africans can look forward to. There's no reason why we got to import our own food. It's almost like the oil that's coming out of the ground. The oil comes out of the ground in Africa, we ship it out to another country, and they refine it and they ship it back to us as gasoline. We've got to get away from that mindset and understand that we have in Africa the natural resources to do anything at all that needs to be done for us to have a successful continent. And the youth is going to be the key to this, but we've got to focus them in that direction. Our educational system has to give them the skills that they need to survive now. And I think that as we go forward, we're going to find that the youth is going to be receptive to it. But the elders, some people around my age and older, have to give them some guidance and some direction, and show them that there is a future for everybody, and they're a very crucial, important part of it. So these are some of the things I hope that we can discuss today and continue in the future, and see if we can't motivate our youth to become a part of the solution to what we're going to do in a post-COVID-19 economy, because it will end. I mean, sooner or later, this COVID-19 will finish, and we got to figure out what we're going to do then.
Dr. Beach, thank you very much for your wisdom and knowledge. The whole notion of entrepreneurship, as we were talking with Frank, you have the youngest emerging population on the planet. And if you look at China, it has the oldest, fastest growing population on the planet. So it's very interesting, the dynamic that's going on the continent among the 54 countries, and then what's happening in the European Union, North America, China, Japan, and other places where they have a very rapidly aging population. But you have a new dynamic, but at the same time, you have new opportunities, and we will certainly tease those out in the questions. And we have a very dynamic speaker coming up next, and it's good to have a female that's being represented here. And this is Nailedi Honwana. She is going to be focusing on youth. She has the Black Youth Organization, and what your resume is already posted here, and it looks like you've lived just about everywhere around the world. So you certainly have an international cultural perspective on all of this. And thank you for being here and sharing.
Thank you so much. I wonder if I could just go ahead and share my screen as
absolutely. Mary, can Rogers bring it up? Give us a few minutes.
There we go. I think
Thank you.
All right, so if you would all just let me know if you're seeing the presentation up.
Absolutely, yes, it's up.
Okay, and not with my notes. right?
That's all right, no problem. And we see entrepreneurship coming up, being interlaced with all these speeches, and that's wonderful.
Yes,
Jobs and
exactly.
businesses. Okay,
That's
back to you.
exactly what we'll be talking about today. Perfect. So thank you so much. Thank you for this conversation and for Watch Democracy Grow for really curating it. I'm really pleased to be here and to be a part of talking about young people, talking about employment, and specifically opportunities, right? And so just by way of quick introduction, I noticed that my bio, though it shows kind of what I do as what I call my day job at the Harry Frank Guggenheim Foundation, I'll be speaking predominantly today as the co-founder of Global Black Youth, which is an organization that is dedicated to bringing together and convening the most innovative, disruptive, entrepreneurial, and creative young Black leaders. And so it's really the things that I want to touch on today are really talking about kind of opportunities and the kind of entrepreneurial spirit, right, that Malcolm and Frank have both touched upon of young people on the continent. And what I'd like to do is to examine a little bit some of the dominant narratives and discourses around employment and opportunity, and kind of question and push us to go a little bit beyond those dominant narratives that come up over and over about young Black people, about young Black people in the global South, and specifically about young Africans. And so those are dominant narratives of marginalization, of disenfranchisement, people who live in liminal and insecure spaces. And while that is, of course, part of the story, right, of young Africans, it's not the whole story. Young Africans are innovators, they're disruptors, they're reimagining technologies to fit their own and their society's needs, they're entrepreneurial, they're hustlers, right? Both in the formal and informal sector. And so in the face of COVID-19, they're relying on that same kind of mentality, that same kind of hustler spirit to kind of stem the impact of this pandemic. And so just by way of a bit of background, I thought I'd talk a little bit about Global Black Youth and situate kind of where my intervention is coming from. So as I mentioned, Global Black Youth convenes disruptive, innovative, entrepreneurial young Black leaders. By Black, we refer to continental Africans, Africans in the diaspora, Afro-descendants, and the wider Black diasporic community that exists all over the world, right? And that's, in the obvious places such as Latin America, the United States, Western and Eastern Europe, but also in the Middle East, right? In the Asia Pacific, we have Afro-Turks in our networks, Afro-Chinese, Afro-Pacific Islanders, and these are all people who are looking to kind of be a part of a global community. And so what we aim to do is really establish that global community of Black youth disruptors and bring visibility to their work, and specifically their achievements harnessing technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship, while also countering the kind of inequalities and inequities that they see within their communities and societies. And so by connecting those leaders in various sectors, we're trying to create this multi-sectoral kind of cross-regional collaboration and problem solving, and really putting an emphasis on South-South connections, those connections that were broken historically on purpose, right? So trying to rebuild and establish those. And then finally, it's creating this pipeline that leads from, talents and assets, which are these young Black leaders, to opportunities for advancement of Black youth and Black communities. And so fundamentally, Global Black Youth understands Black youth as an untapped global resource with valuable and otherwise unattainable knowledge and solutions to the most pressing issues that we face today. And it's really from that assets-based approach that we engage with young Black people, both on the continent and beyond. And so as we think about, COVID-19 on the continent and the long-term, short and long-term impacts of this pandemic, it's important to kind of go over a couple of things which Frank and Dr. Beach have already touched on, right? One is that according to the African CDC, there are just over 250,000 cases of COVID-19, right? But the majority of those cases are found in specific countries. This is not something that is yet continent-wide in the same way. So it's affecting countries such as South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, and Algeria differently, all countries who are seeing cases in the double digits, and South Africa, by far seeing the most cases and most rapid rise of cases, right? So given testing capacity and other limitations, the kind of overall number of infected is likely much greater than what is being reported. And so therefore, it's really imperative that countries on the continent use all assets at their disposal to combat further spread of the pandemic. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, as we've discussed. 70% of the population is below the age of 30, and there's an average age of 20. Right, so these are young people that are facing socioeconomic and political challenges. They stem from deficient education, from high rates of unemployment, and political marginalization. And yet, despite this, and as we've mentioned, you know, many of them are savvy entrepreneurs. They're surviving and they're thriving in both the formal and informal economies. And so young people are dominating digital spaces, right? They're innovating, they're community organizers, they're people who create opportunities for themselves. And COVID-19 really offers us an opportunity to harness that creativity and that knowledge to help mitigate those short and long-term impacts of the virus. And so to kind of get into more specifics, I thought that I would present just a few examples of what it is that young people are doing and how widespread these kinds of interventions are. So in Burkina Faso, the National Youth Council established the Battalion 2020 against COVID-19. This is an initiative that's aimed at training and dispatching 1,500 young volunteers on health, sanitation, and social measures to prevent the spread of the virus. In Nigeria, Isaac Olufadewa and his organization Slum and Rural Health Initiative produced the hashtag Stop COVID-19 infographics. These came out in more than 60 local African languages, and they're infographics that are designed to help spread accurate information about the disease kind of across the continent. And the use of these local languages and the cultural translations that they're making with these messages are really resonating in ways that make sense to communities and enhance kind of accessibility to information and counter the misinformation and disinformation that we've seen spread across not only the African continent, but you know, the world over as COVID has spread as well. And so through innovation entrepreneurship, we see new platforms also developing, right, that are dedicated to fighting COVID-19. And these, again, are being set up by young people across the continent. So in an effort to counter rampant misinformation in South Africa, 2 recent graduates from the University of Cape Town established the Corona app. This is a tool that centralizes information flow about the pandemic. In South Sudan, Nelson Kwaje, who's the director of the hashtag Defy Hate Now, launched the hashtag 211 Check Collective. This is a digital community of young people working in various fields who collaborate to fight misinformation and raise awareness on coronavirus prevention and protection. And again, these are kind of, these online digital platforms are inviting young people and the population in general to bring in ideas and share good practices in the combat to COVID-19, regardless of their skill set, right? So it's really bringing in a wide variety of young people who are kind of sitting idle, but know that they have all this creative and entrepreneurial energy to share with their societies. So in Uganda, the youth-led group Zetu Africa launched the hashtag Smarter Than Corona campaign, right? So under the slogan of Our Challenges, Our Solutions, they bring people together from all sectors of society to share information and discuss solutions to problems caused by the COVID-19 outbreak. And this kind of voluntary multi-sectoral approach, as I mentioned, really invites young people to be part of the solution to a global pandemic in which those skill sets, whatever they may be, can be employed. So, you know, there's also been a move to ensure that young people are taking part in also kind of giving service provisions, right? One thing that we see is how they're organizing in digital spaces, how they're creating new platforms, new applications and things like that to be used. But there's also kind of young people who are actively involved in their communities that are doing service provision, that are thinking about long-term health impacts, that are trying to mitigate these effects. And so kind of beyond creating that accessibility and sharing reliable information within their communities, young people in many countries have also taken an active role in providing, again, access to preventative health services and equipment. So just by way of a couple of examples, in Kenya, Victor Odhiambo, a young entrepreneur, and his colleagues from the Garden of Hope initiative raised money to set up a series of hand washing stations in Kibera and other slums in Nairobi. Volunteers will periodically refill these water tanks and soap dispensers and invite people to make use of the facilities. In Cameroon, young people from the local youth corner started a youth coalition against COVID-19, and their flagship initiative is the One Person, One Hand Sanitizer initiative. This is a rapid response lab that produces homemade hand sanitizer for free distribution to families and communities in need. The young team of biomedical professionals followed the World Health Organization directions, right? They put together the right mixture of hydrogen peroxide and glycerin and water to produce hand sanitizers. And they enlisted a number of young volunteers who signed up through an online volunteer form. And so along with producing and delivering their product, they also go into neighborhoods and disinfect public spaces. And to date, they've produced and dispensed over 7,000 bottles of hand sanitizer. And so this is really an example of young people taking the lead in the response to this pandemic. They're not waiting, right, to be called upon. They're starting these initiatives, they're leading these movements, and they're bringing on the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Youth to come and partner with them, given that they've already had so much success. Also, given the lack of social safety nets in most countries on the continent, young people have included support services and foodstuffs as part of their interventions. And so these initiatives, along with kind of showing leadership, also constitute strong expressions of social solidarity. So in Kenya, two young leaders, Wevin Muganda and Suhail Omar, co-founded Mutual Aid Kenya. And this is a grassroots disaster relief organization that is using community-based groups in Nairobi and Mombasa to identify at-risk households. So through digital fundraising campaigns, Mutual Aid Kenya then collects mobile money donations from ordinary Kenyans to buy and distribute food packages to these households. Right, and so these kinds of initiatives are also being organized on regional levels. And so one of the organizations that exists on the continent is the World Organization of the Scout Movement. And so the Scouts operate independently in different countries, and they're providing different services. So in Ghana, the Scouts of the Ashanti region teamed up with the international chicken restaurant, KFC, to provide hot meals and water to vulnerable families. In Cape Verde, the Scouts teamed up with the Red Cross, right, to supply relief items to disadvantaged families. In South Africa and Botswana, the Rover Scouts are running errands, they're doing grocery shopping, and running delivery services for families unable to leave their homes. And then in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Scouts is particularly looking out for young homeless children, providing them safe spaces and meals during this coronavirus pandemic. And so what these examples really show us is that there is tremendous energy and creativity as activists, as community organizers, as entrepreneurs, as innovators that are coming from young people, right? They're already engaging themselves independently of directives or waiting for government or other sectors of society to call upon them, right? They're either leading or joining civil society organizations, they're reaching out to the private sector, they're engaging with their communities and their societies. Especially in light of lockdown and other social and physical distancing measures, youth are not satisfied with being idle, right? Many are engaged and they're looking to contribute. And despite their challenges, this is a generation that's better educated than their parents, right? They've mastered and reinvented the internet and digital spaces to respond to their own contexts. And the instances that I've outlined are really only a small example of this. And so Africa's youth, is really an undervalued and underinvested in resource, right? It's often seen as apathetic or negatively disruptive, but I think it's critical in thinking about Africa's socioeconomic future and the long-term impacts of COVID-19 that we begin to engage with young people on the continent in the ways and through the mediums that they're using. Rather than adopting the dominant deficiency perspective, we really need to move to an asset-based approach to youth engagement in society and in Africa's workforce. And so, of course, while this pandemic will have devastating health and socioeconomic effects on the continent, it also highlights the myriad roles that young people can and must take in leading African societies. Acknowledging, of course, that as with all segments of a given population, they're not homogenous, they're not driven by the same aspirations, but there are many pockets of innovation, of creativity, of entrepreneurship that exist on the continent that must be engaged with and harnessed in order to effectively mitigate the socioeconomic and employment effects of COVID-19. And so with that, I will, if I have any time to yield, I will yield it. And thank you so much. And I look forward to continuing the conversation during the question and answer portion.
Well, I was just getting ready to tell you had 5 more minutes if you wanted to go on, but since you've yielded the floor, Alphonsus Novlandum is here with us. We have his bio. It's already been posted. And he's the chairman of the African Diaspora Coalition, North Carolina. And also he has his own consulting services. And welcome to the conference, and welcome to this great body of guests and fellow thinkers that we have around us.
Thank you so much, Jack. I appreciate you moderating this section, and I feel honored and privileged to be part of this great elite and intellectual dispensation I'm hearing here. I feel unqualified to be in your midst, and I am very grateful that
you may want to be a little closer to your speaker. We can barely hear you. A little closer to your speaker, please. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me do that.
Oh, that you're going to get very intimate and with your voice. So great. Welcome.
Yeah, so can you hear me now?
Yeah.
That's much better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds like
well,
an
thank
advertisement.
You so much.
Can you hear me now?
Honored to be part of you all. I appreciate the time I've been given to share. I think the topic I was given is youth unemployment, COVID-related, and agricultural development in Africa. And my background is in mental health, and also a professor of psychology at University of Manali. I feel that I want to talk about this very touchy issue, especially the youth. The youth in Africa is already stressed. They are already suffering great enormous pressure to find something to do. Then added the COVID-19 pandemic, which is an additional stress. According to the AU report, about 20 million jobs has been already destroyed. And not just that, almost 85 to 95% of youth in Africa experience unemployment. Cheap labor does not even make it better. And it's not even, are you're hearing me, right?
We are.
Okay, because
we can hear you fine.
On the Zoom, and I hope. Good.
We can hear you fine.
Thank
You're
you,
okay.
Sir.
Please continue.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay, so I just wanted to share the economic impact of youth in this COVID-19 in Africa. The youth have nothing to do. The first week when government issued the order for everybody to stay home, all of them were home. The next thing I was hearing is, we are not suffering from COVID-19. We are suffering from hunger. They were, it's hunger virus. That is what the youth were dealing with. Some of them who go out every day looking for something to do, looking for a way to help support their parents, were quarantined. They were forced to stay home. They have nothing to do. They find it difficult to even do anything. So there was an incident in Nigeria where one of the youth went out trying to find something to support his aging and ill parent, and the security agent, one of the policemen in the locality, told him to go back and stay home. And he said, look, like the former speaker said, we live by the day. We don't have any save the income. Youth sustain themselves or families sustain them by going out every day, finding something to eat. And this youth did not obey the police order. and say, look, it's just around the corner. Let me go and sell one of my products. And the police told him, if you move, I will shoot. And one more step he did, he was shot dead. This was in the midst of that pandemic. So youth was not, I mean, and again, see, the government in Nigeria or all Africa are copycats. They see what the West do, they try to do that, not considering the socioeconomic environmental impact, that it does not affect the way the West have done it. It's not the same condition that is in their own environment. And when the government of the United States gives some money to families, then the government of some countries, I'm using Nigeria because that's where I came from, and I am constantly in touch with my people. And they're telling me, government have given money, but did you know what? They gave the money to those in authority and they share that among their families. It did not get down to the people that the money was meant for. Actually, in some states, we're using money to build something that is a COVID center where people can go and test. It was not to help the families that are in distress or in hunger. And the list goes on and on. No family or individual relief was coming from government. And most of us that live here that have families back home, what we did was to send the money, And I want you to know that almost Africans here in the United States contribute almost more than $80 billion of money towards our families back home. And that money, I know in some presentation made by Dr. Kind of AU one time said, this money that African families remit to the African continent to support their families, it's more than the money that our government come to borrow at IMF or World Bank. We don't need to borrow money to stand up. All we need is to create an environment that can really strive for economic growth and job-related opportunities that our youth can engage in. So from my own background as a mental health therapist, there are a lot that can be done. I have watched families go through trying to make ends meet, not being able to pay their bill, take care of their kids and their parents, increase in abuse in the homes, increase of domestic violence, parents getting divorced because there is nothing. You cannot eat love every day. Yeah, I love you, but they're hungry. There's nothing to sustain the love. So people are going crazy. And there's no means to make it even better. In some states, the rationale, they tell some people to go to work someday and come back at certain hours and go there. So they are releasing individuals. And within that, the people who are in government have freedom to go from one state to another. They are living their life without even obeying the laws they have set for themselves. So we have so much at our head. And I wanted to talk about the empowerment of youth because I remember in my university days in the campus back in Nigeria, at University of Ibadan, youth's frustration and anger are channeled towards a positive use. I want to know now our youth, even those in schools, are not as vibrant and posting or using their energy towards something that can yield a change. Everybody is afraid. I remember back in university days, we have demonstrations. We can go to the State House and tell the governor, look, we are being affected. There's nothing happening in our campus. There's nothing happening in our community. And they can tell that to the governor or to the commissioners or even the ministers. But today, our youth are not channeling that energy. I can understand they are afraid because if they move more than what they were told, they will be shot to death. So there is this fear of reprisal if they don't. There's this fear of going to prison if they demonstrate. There's this fear of who is going to have my back, who is going to support me. Because if others see that 1 or 2 members of them have been shot to death, they are quiet. So there's this apathy, there's this stress, there's this level of anxiety, fear all over among our youth to do anything. And that coupled also with the help of the politicians who are just daylight stealing. I think from a mental health perspective, kleptomania is a compulsion of stealing. Somebody stealing something, not because he or she needs it, it's because he have lack of resistance to stop from taking something that belongs to somebody. So all our government officials, all our politicians, most of them are kleptomaniacs. They are thieves. And these are mental health mental health issues. They are hoarders. According to ICD-10, International Code of Disease Classification, hoarding is a mental health disorder. Kleptomania is a mental health disorder. Narcissism is a mental health disorder. All our politicians need to be quarantined and checked into a psychiatric someplace where they need treatment. Because when you embezzle government money, when you embezzle money that belongs to people, the youth are suffering. Everybody is suffering. And there's no way I can see any of these things happening in the near future because they have the money, they have the power, they have all the resources to shut you down. And let me come back to why or where do they get this power and support? I am turning back into the United States, the World Body Organization, the European Union. The president of this Western country supports them. I can tell you, you know this, I don't need to even tell you. Most of you will know that some of the Western government have supported the assassination of some of the leaders who meant well for the people. And they put their own puppets, those who will listen to them. So it's about time. Western government leave Africa alone. Let us control our destiny. It is about time they step back and stop coming to us as if they're helping us or giving us aid or giving us something to sustain us. We don't need those things. Africans have enough to sustain itself. The Westerns and those who support those poor, bad governments should step back and cancel their support. We don't need them. We really don't need them. We can do it on our own. We have all it takes. All we need is for them to not sponsor those governments. I can give you a list of countries that they have sponsored their leaders. If I start from Algeria, 1999, they sponsored people. The names are there. Burkina Faso, Burundi, Egypt, Nigeria, Cameroon, Chad, all this, the leaders goes on and on and on and on. Those that the West, the CIA, the European unions, they have sponsored the assassination or removed those governments so that they can put people who are really disconnected to the realities of what is happening in the continent. And so now, even though I am a mental health therapist, I belong to many organizations that is happening now that Africa needs to convert with all the organizations that we have in the West. No country of this other world have developed without their diasporas. And we, the diasporas, need to come together somehow with all these organizations, form an alliance and a union that they can tell the world Africa is back to take its destiny to its own hands and not allow the puppets to rule us and dictate for us when they have no knowledge of what is going on. And so now, going back to the youth and those in the universities, we need to empower them. We need to empower them. We need to give them the resources they need. When the oldest African president is about close to 90 years old, the youngest somebody mentioned is about 50-something. No, that is unacceptable. We are here in the Western world. We are in forced exile. I live in the United States. I'm in forced exile because I want to go back home to do something. But immediately I come home, they are all over me trying to find out what is it that I'm have against the government. And they're going to send somebody to come after you. And that is why it seems that we are here. And how can we make our voice heard? I want us to be able to come together. There's an organization very recently that is formed. It's called African Diaspora for Good Governance. I think Dr. Ari Kana Chambori is the leader of, is the chairman of that board. And among other Africans, we want to work with the United States. I think when US says something, the rest of the world listens. For what is happening now, we don't want the rest of the world to look at the United States as not having that power because of whatever we have right now as somebody who's leading the country. But we want to be able to move forward and work with this government to stop the things that are going on in Africa, because it's about time we do that. So now, what are the solutions to all these things? Well, I have seen you going to this, especially women suffer most. You know, that they resort to prostitution, they resort to actually robbery and stealing have skyrocketed. The men, kids are stealing, and people are engaging in a lot of bad behaviors. So I believe that what we need to help them out is to tell those who are renting or living with landlords in some city and town to please give them a waiver, some months of rent free, you know, send some relief funds to sustain them temporarily, and you know, job security to those who are working, and job creation also of those of us who want to create some jobs, and establish some mental health institutions and clinics where some people who are really suffering due to stress of this COVID, they can get some counseling, they can get some psychological assessment, they can get assistance, they can get loan to start up some small businesses on the side. Africans are really hawkers, they are strugglers. They know what they do. If you give them 1 penny, they know how to turn it to 2 pennies. Give them a little bit of economic empowerment to establish their own job, because that's nothing more self-fulfilling when a man can get up and do something for himself instead of destroying the things. And another thing I saw was that the idea of people producing good, that's something from mechanized farming and people working in their own farms to cash crops, where people cannot really produce goods for themselves to feed their families. Now they depend on Western goods to be imported and brought to them so they can buy it. So this is something we need to start. We need to establish agricultural, send some of the machines here, like somebody said, not cheap and not good machines, but something that can help us reintroduce agriculture. Africa have so much crops, so much seeds we can use and produce organic food that will be healthy for all of us. We need to do that. Industrial, cheap labor, stop. Africa have the labor. The West should stop exploiting us and bringing some labor to our shores and take the produce and bring it back to the West to develop their own economy. When we are languishing, cheap labor needs to stop. Let us work for ourselves. Give us that money. Let us do that. We don't need the aid. We don't need any more aid. We're done with aid. We have what it takes.
5 more minutes.
Yes, sir. So I will ask that we give ourselves some money and then empower the younger generation, because the development of ideas starts from our universities. Our school and educational system has been destroyed badly. I remember the first university in Egypt. I mean, we are the citadel of knowledge. Africa is, not the West. We give the West the knowledge and what they have. I don't know why they look down on us. We have kings and queens who have ruled the world way before even the Western civilization, and we have been in peace. They should leave us alone and let us be, and stop sponsoring backdoor governments to destroy us. That got to stop. And I believe when all these things, greed is another thing I've pioneered some of this establishment in our shows they call government. When people seek your economic, all the resources in your land, and they come here and develop themselves, that's greed. I mean, we all can accept that, we can share. Don't take it all and impoverish us. That is not good. So with that, I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Very enthusiastic, and we are very aware, based on your comments and what we need to be looking at. And Naleti, as the lone female in this panel, I want to go to you first, if you don't mind, because what you did is you actually shared some of the real life best practices that are happening through your youth movement across the continent. And I think this was very instructive to show that the youth really are stepping forward and they're inventing things and creating things just almost out of thin air. Whatever's around them, they're making it happen. Tell us how through the movement that you have, the One for Black Youth, is really bringing change to the young people right now, and not waiting 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. What's happening now that's bringing this change? And share with us. We have time. We actually are a little early, so we're going to take it.
Thank you, sir. Is that me? Is that our first?
No, this is Naleti. I'll be back to you. Have no fear. Nobody gets off the hook.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay.
Thanks so much for the question. So I think actually the reality is it's the other way around, right? All that Global Black Youth exists to do is highlight work that is already happening and connect those young people to one another and to opportunities to scale that work. And so what's been fantastic for us is through my own work and through my co-founders' work, we have kind of worked with young people of African descent all over the world. And we've seen from place to place that there are so many synergies between the way that they're innovating, the sectoral work that they're doing, and what was missing was kind of those cross-regional connections. And so all we do, again, is to house, a space in which they can engage. And so like everybody, we always really believed that there was never going to be a time in which young people were going to sit idly by and watch COVID happen, no matter what the directives were from authority figures. But I think we were definitely surprised by the diversity of responses, right? Global Black Youth hosted a series of webinars looking specifically at how young people are responding, how Black communities are responding, led by young people in the areas of entrepreneurship and economic development, in technology and new ways of kind of countering misinformation and in innovation and new kind of health and sciences. And there's a wealth of examples that I can give just around health and sciences that have come out of places like Ghana, Senegal, Mozambique that I haven't touched upon. And so what we've learned from them is they just need a place to connect and to show people what they're doing. And that's really what Global Black Youth is trying to do, is to just give them that platform, right? So that they can, what we know about the African continent is that the expertise is there, right? When we talk about the major problems or issues that the world is facing, it's predominantly young Black people that are at the front lines of these issues. And so they have that expertise, they have that deep contextual knowledge, they understand what it is that their communities are facing, and they have ideas and solutions, but it's access, right? It's the access to resources, it's the access to partnerships, it's the access to opportunities that they're lacking. And so that's what we're trying to do, is really highlight how it is that we can provide that greater access to this, population that is integral to solving so many of the problems that we see, but is so often left out of the discussions, so often left as, this marginalized problem to be solved. And so just to get to your question, what we see happening is these individual and kind of sporadic initiatives, as I've outlined. And what we're trying to do is to connect those sporadic outlines into a kind of larger, broader global agenda in which we can bring resources, in which we can bring greater expertise, training, and opportunities to bear, so that work can be scaled.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, and I was really pleased with the list. I want you to send those to me, because we have the Emerald Planet Television. We cover all 54 countries on the continent, as well as the rest of the world, and we're always looking for, as we say, new talent, and we'd like to give a voice to this. We're already doing. We just did interviews on 4 water projects in Kenya this week, and so we want to accelerate this sharing around the globe through television first, and then social media. But Dr. Beach, looking at your entrepreneurship and the research and work that you've been doing. Tell us a little bit about how what you're doing fits into what Naleti's doing, and how we can mesh this entrepreneurship that you're talking about with the work that she's doing, and also with Alphonsus, and also with Frank.
Well, one of the major deficits in the continent of Africa is energy. So there are some people that are putting forth some energy generating projects. One project is called a waste to energy project, where they would take trash and convert it into electricity, and then connect that particular electricity to the national grid, and it would give more power to the energy needs of a particular country. Now, this particular type of project, and they can go in any country that has trash, and most countries have trash somewhere. But basically, you've got a job creation in that somebody's got to pick up the trash in an organized fashion. Somebody's got to separate the trash, prior to it being utilized in the plant, and somebody has to actually operate the plant. So there's a job creation connection with energy, and certainly youth members would be great for dealing with that. And likewise, there's a new emphasis and interest in solar. There are many solar farms now being developed in different countries, both familiar with ones in Kenya and Zambia, where there are areas of the country that just didn't have enough power. I mean, they may only have power 15 to 20% of the day. Now with these new solar farms, you're going to see an increase in power, which means that two things happen with power. Now you have an opportunity to create more jobs, because manufacturers need power. Businesses need power in order to operate, and that will give them a reason to hire more people, and you create more jobs. Likewise, the educational system, when kids go home, they need to have light so they can do their homework. And I always say, most importantly, they need Wi-Fi. We really need to have more opportunities for internet connections when kids go home. They need a tablet and access to Wi-Fi, and it would increase their educational strengths tremendously. So there's a lot of things going on, but sometimes it's in individual sectors. And right now, energy is a very, very important sector that everybody can get involved in, and it's going to see Africa grow fast. And it may be part of the solution to some of the shortcomings that we have with this COVID-19.
Yeah, and I think following up on that, Dr. Beach, is the whole fact of renewable energy. There's a big project in downtown Abuja, 200 companies, the main hospital, several universities, and a number of the hotels and the hospitality industry have signed on to this. And it's 200 businesses that are depending right now on diesel generation. And so when you put in this solar energy, you'll be removing all of the green carbon or the heavy carbon that's going into the atmosphere. And at the same time, as you're saying, you're generating a whole new training base, transfer of technologies into local communities. And I think that's really a wonderful way to go. Frank, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Frank. Looking at the energy and enthusiasm you have for youth, this huge numbers are coming already on the African continent. How do you see what Naleti is doing ties in with your theme and also your vision for youth on the continent, and also what Dr. Beach is talking about?
Yeah, I do agree with both of them. I think that the real problem with African youth, it's not that we cannot do things for that youth. The problem is that the will for the people for governments, there is no will for the government, for their people to create things and to be entrepreneur. And it's very simple. There is not the will because they're afraid that power will shift. Because when you empower your own people, your people make the decision who's going to lead them. Unfortunately, in Africa, it's people are keeping power. It's trickled down from families. I mean, it's families who stay in power for 5 generations, for many generations, and that's the problem. So it's not that there is great mind in Africa, and I think that we have everything to succeed. There is plenty of sun, so I do believe that solar energy is a very good solution. Actually, there is an African American who Akon, who's very well known, who's actually doing a lot of things concerning solar energy in Africa. He's trying to bring that particular energy in most countries, but he's able to do that also not because he's an African, but also because he's an American. You see, I think that there is a problem. Government, for whatever reason, are afraid of a youth that is creating an independent youth, because they understand that if the youth is independent, they're going to organize themselves and, of course, kick them out of office, not by force, but by votes, simply because they have the means, they have the money. So that's what the problem is. We have a lot of streams and rivers in Africa, so we should have energy. All of these, we have a lot of falls all over Africa. I was told that in Zaire alone, the river of Zaire can lead up the whole continent of Africa. So I don't think that projects are not doable, but I think it's the will. Most of the African governments are willing to help the youth get out of that poverty? And the answer, unfortunately for me, it's not.
Okay, thank you very much. Alphonsus, looking at your work and the research that you've been doing, you're talking about the youth were told to go home, stay home, don't be out in the streets. Yet on a day-to-day basis, they need to be helping their families as far as food and sustenance, energy is concerned. What do you see as 2 or 3 very positive projects that you have seen, or what would you suggest as far as positive ways for agriculture, for energy? What do you see for the future of the youth and how they can contribute? Looking again at Nayeli's very long document and presentation about these projects are going on for COVID-19, how can this continue beyond COVID-19? Unmute yourself, please.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
There you are. Okay, thank you. Welcome back.
Yeah. One is what the last speaker said. The youth have to be empowered. And how would that be? First of all, that's what we call intrinsic motivation. They have fear and faith don't mix up. They have to remove their fear and have a faith that is doable. I remember when we have bad governance in some part of Europe or around the world, the proletariats, the peasants, they revolted. If the youth of the world can march to the government house and tell the government, look, we are tired of you, trust me, they will run out of that, despite their guns and barrels. Let them have the will to launch a nationwide demonstration to tell them enough is enough. If that happens, then the other resources in terms of money, because you need money, and then that money will be channeled towards whatever agenda and ideas they have to put in place for the better development. And the other thing is the Western support. You see, when different laws in America, let me use Jim Crow's law in the South, when it was in place, okay, it was meant against the African Americans. But there were good white men, good white women that supported the Black movement then, that crumbled that law. And so in as much there are bad sponsors, government, Western bad sponsorship, there are good people like you and others who can really rally around the African movement of all kinds of organizations coming together to empower the youth to do that. Because I believe the future is in the hands of the youth. But we need that support. We need that voice. We need the people like you and others. Use your platform or any other network to tell the youth of the world, today, we are going to make a difference. And I believe when that happens, you will see a new world order. Not this kind of that we're talking about. The new world order.
Okay, thank you very much.
is
Dr.
in the
Beach,
hands of the world.
Dr. Beach, going back to you, we heard from Frank and Naledi about engaging the youth, involving the youth. How can you, through your research, through the work that you've been doing, how can we take entrepreneurship to this youth and channel it in a very positive, dynamic way, but in a way that they understand it, not something that's imposed from the United States or from Europe or China, Japan, or anywhere? Is how can we allow them the opportunities? And Naledi, you're going to be on next, so you know what's coming for you. How can we engage them so that they can use their own local genius and the wisdom of the elders that are around them, that's going to take the continent forward over these next 5, 10, or 15 years?
And one of the things that we've been encouraging is that there are groups of business and professionals in many countries, whether it's the chambers of commerce, or in Kenya, there's something called the African Women's Entrepreneurship Program. And each one of these organizations, we're encouraging them to have a youth component. Mentorship is going to be important when you're transferring information and knowledge and expertise to the youth. You're right, the youth have a lot of energy, a lot of ideas, but a lot of times they just need a little bit of guidance as to how things really work. How do you get something accomplished? You know, it's good to have goals and programs and energy, but the issue is at the end of the day, did you accomplish your goals? And that's one thing that can be helped by having someone in a senior capacity give you some advice of how they did it, you know, and perhaps a view of the economy and the way things are going now, how the youth can get more involved and accomplish some goals as well for themselves and for their families. So I think there's going to have to be a greater connection between some of the existing organizations and the youth groups that are coming along. Nobody needs to just start up everything by themselves brand new. I mean, life is really not like that. You know, as you said, civilization has been going on in Africa for thousands of years. So we got to build on that past and that history in order to develop a future that we can all benefit from.
Let me ask this, and then actually I'm going to have Naledi, Frank, and then Alphonsus to follow on to your statement. But you have these remittances. It's billions of dollars worth that are coming into the continent on a year-to-year basis. In many cases, the remittances are much larger than any of the aid or investment that's coming out of North America, Europe, Asia. How do we channel that into the youth so that there's funds available, maybe 1% of it, 2%, 5%, whatever it may be? But what do you see as far as your entrepreneurship looking to these remittances instead of just going to consumable goods, being channeled a certain percentage of it into new business creation?
You know, you're gonna cause me to give a commercial now. So listen, this is what I've been.
You have the form, sir. You have the form. Go for it.
I've been working on this for the last, I don't know, it seems like 15 years. But the whole issue of when you say remittances, the remittances come from the diaspora.
Correct.
The diaspora is the golden bullet for impacting economic development in Africa. The diaspora has talent, but as you just said, it has money. The thing with the remittances that has to happen now, you have to begin to channel that money into specific economic development opportunities. One such organization is called the Kenyan Diaspora Alliance. What they're doing in Kenya, they have an investment club. They have a diaspora investment club where they're saying, okay, you already sent the remittances to your grandmama so she can take care of some things. But hey, now let's put aside some money to develop some business activities, some opportunities for us to develop our economy and our community. So the next stage of the remittances is to begin to channel it into specific business opportunities in that individual country. And one thing that has to happen, because it hasn't happened in the past, when the diaspora has tried to do that, put money into business, they hadn't had an organization that would back it up. Oh my goodness, we got too much going it didn't have an organization that would guarantee that the money would be properly invested. So I think that each country has to take a look at that. That is how you're going to get more remittances that put into economic development and job creation. If you give them a rationale for investing, they feel safe with the money that they put in to the country.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Now, Lady, going to you, looking at just what Dr. Beach had to say, the remittances are going through probably most of the local banks. I mean, they're coming in by Western Union or MoneyGram. I mean, they're coming in all different ways, but somehow it's going to end up, in most cases, somewhere in the financial system. Is there any way to engage the banks, the Western Unions, the MoneyGrams of the world, and say, okay, this 80 billion, whatever it is that's coming to the continent, is important for the future of the continent and development. People need it for food, they need it for energy, they need to sustain daily life, but at the same time, they have to look about the future and all this tremendous amount of youth. I mean, just the raw energy, the incredible numbers. Can these financial institutions in any way be engaged, do you think, and the wire transfer systems to channel money into real businesses for youth and allow them to start, in essence, developing and feeding their own communities?
Definitely, that's a great question.
And I'm going to put that same question to Frank as well, so he can be getting ready to think about it.
And I want to chip in after that.
Yeah, no, no one's forgotten. Go ahead, Lady.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's a great question. And if you would allow me just to go back, there were just 2 points I wanted to make as the conversation was developing. I think.
Go right ahead. You have the time.
You know, we've been talking, you know, about kind of African governments. And one thing I just wanted to kind of point out is that, of course, like anything, African governments are not this kind of homogenous group, right, block. And so what we do see is not only in the response to COVID, but also in the way that they've engaged with youth and their youth populations, there has been difference, right? So the Rwandan government, you know, was part of sponsoring an eco-hack in 2018, where they brought together about 100 young African hackers from all over the continent, right, to work on digital economies and develop their thinking around that. Cote d'Ivoire and the Burkinabe government have been part of a pilot program led by UN DESA, right, to further incorporate young people in their ministries and in the kind of countrywide development, right, around agriculture and things like that. And so we do see different governments engaging in the ways that they can, or the ways that they see fit, specifically around youth and youth issues. And so I think it's important, as we continue to discuss, you know, 54 countries, that we are aware of some of the differences in the ways that they're engaging. And then second is also to remind ourselves that, you know, youth engagement and youth involvement in politics and socioeconomic issues is something that has been happening, and it's ongoing, right? Not 10 years ago, we were looking at not only the Arab Spring, but social movements and protests happening in Senegal, in Mozambique, in South Africa, in Uganda. So there is this, you know, there are ebbs and flows in the way that young people kind of engage with politics, how they do contentious politics. We see this moment now again, right, where we see overwhelmingly African support for the African American condition in the United States. And it doesn't only, you know, it's not only that they're supporting their brothers and sisters across the Atlantic, but they're seeing themselves reflected. They're seeing their own interactions with authority and with police and with the military where they are. And so these kinds of movements and these kinds of this kind of engagement is happening even amid some of the oppression and repression that we see. And so I think that harnessing that and focusing on that and allowing that to kind of grow organically is perhaps a more productive road in terms of how we engage with young people.
Okay. Let me go to Frank, but I do want to come, because I'm going to go all the way around again.
Yeah.
Frank, looking at what you're doing, I want to put that question to you as far as the financial institutions, the money transfer systems, any way the money is coming onto the continent. Is there a way to take a portion of that, as Dr. Beach was saying, and then invest that in youth but specifically for business development, creativity, innovation, because some of the things they were doing for COVID-19, they were using local materials and their time. But can we go beyond that so there's real investment in real business creation and real jobs creation?
Yes, I think we can. We can do all things. If there is a will, we can do it. But I think, like the speaker before me was saying, yes, it's true that all different governments react differently. But there is something that I noticed in Africa is that there is what we call the Anglophone Africa, and there is also what we call the Francophone Africa.
Of course,
the Anglophone Africa
Lusophone and Lusophone.
And Lusophone, yes, but the Lusophone, there's only few countries, there are not many of them. So that's why I put them away. Okay, 5. Okay, 5 out of 54 or 53.
You're talking about the Portuguese speaking?
Yeah, Portuguese, Angola.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, I'm a great fan of Portugal, so I would agree with that. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so then Lusophone also. But the point I'm trying to make is there is miracles in Africa in the Anglophone side. For example, Botswana. Botswana is a country which very early the government have decided that they will put at the center of their policy the people. And because they do that, the people are able to create, to be entrepreneur. And today, diamonds leave Botswana. It's a finished product. You see what I'm saying? Because the government again has the interest of the people at heart.
Yeah, it's a vertically integrated system.
Exactly. The same thing, you can see the same thing a little bit in Rwanda. You can see the same thing in Kenya, for example. Now, the problem is in Francophone Africa because of the system. I believe that those governments in most of those countries, and I will speak especially for Gabon because that's where I'm from originally, we have what I will call a government that is a predator. So that means that every money that is coming from the outside, they take it for their own good. It will never go to the people. So now, how can we change that? I mean, I really don't know, because I think personally that the best way to resolve that issue is that we need to create a bridge, a direct bridge between African youth organization in Francophone Africa directly with whomsoever wanted to lend us money or technology or whatever, so we can emancipate ourselves. But the other thing that I want to say for people who are asking the question that why is it that we always wait for the West or for other people to help us? This is what I want to say. Europe was rebuilt by the help of the United States. The Marshall Plan was money that the United States gave to Europe, and Europe was able to rebuild itself, and Europe became one of the greatest partners of the United States. So it was good for Europe, and it was good also for the United States. So I'm thinking that that kind of relationship, that's what I would like to see in Africa, a relationship that is beneficial for both, the one who lend the money and the one who received the money. And let us not forget that in 2100, African people will be, I believe, like almost 2 billion people. If you only sell a product that costs only $1, okay, to half of that population, which is 1 billion people, you're already a billionaire. And I think that the world cannot ignore that. I mean, this is a huge market. It's beneficial for the world. So that's why I say to those who are skeptic and say that, why should the world help Africa? I mean, because there's money to be made on both sides. And I think that we need to empower the African youth. Exactly. And we need to empower the African youth so the African youth can put in power people who cater to their interests, the African youth.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Alphonsus,
yes, sir.
I'm going to give you your time now. I'm going to give you about 2 minutes.
No problem.
And then we need to go to our Francophone colleagues here, Frank and Rogers, to do their summary. And then we have a very distinguished young man who's going to be summarizing at the end. And Mary has something to say. Yes. Alphonsus first, Mary, then you can do yours, okay?
Okay. Well,
I haven't forgot about you, but Alphonsus needs to have his time. Alphonsus, go ahead.
You know, in all of this, yes, I believe that should be a mind shift. That should be a different mindset of African youths, because there's so much corruption. They glamorize those who are flamboyantly living, and And the youth don't want to work because they want the quick fix. They want to grab the money. They spend so much time on the internet looking for some dubious way of making it or making wealth. So the mind shift is, yes, this money goes to these banks, and how will they invest it in the community, invest them? Look, there's so much option that even a young girl to get employment in an office, she has to submit herself to whoever is going to be the employer. So there's so much corruption going on, not just even money embezzlement, but morally corrupt people. So if there's any investment to be given, not these new leaders we have, these leaders we have now in Africa, even if Marshall Plan needs to be implemented in Africa, all these leaders we see now got to go. They have to go so that the new mindset of leadership that really concerned about the people, like the example that my brother gave in Botswana, people that have the people interest, not their selfish interest. That has to be in place. And how do we do that? We need the West to assist, because he that plays the piper dictates the tune. The West has been playing the pipe of African politics for too long, and they have to step back and not support the evil governments. That's how I see that happen.
Okay, thank you very much. Mary, why don't you, you had a question and a statement you wanted to make.
Yeah,
are you here?
Yes, I have a question. Hello?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I have a question from Dr. Mutisha. His question says, how do we raise awareness about COVID and other crises that are impacting youth without blaming each other, the government or the legislature? And that question, maybe I should be actually take from it to answer the question, and I saw he's still on the line. What we are raising here is not that we are blaming. We are trying to point to what is needed. It is actually to the responsibility of the government to say, hey, these people are really, actually, I call it a blessing, because you can't know what you are doing wrong until you are told that there is a wrong here. So to me, this, I should call it like an opportunity for either the governments or even other policy makers to say, you know what, this is what is needed on the continent. We have to pay attention to youth, especially that they are the future generations. And two, while I'm winding up, I think it was the Prime Minister of UK, Gladstone, who said, nothing is wrong morally that is going to be politically correct. So if we say youth unemployment, it will create youth inequity, it is morally wrong. If we say women unemployment and unempowerment, it's socially wrong. It is not going to be politically right. So back to you.
Okay, Mary, I think you're finished. I'm going to turn this over now because we did a very nice job yesterday as far as having a Francophone summary in French, and Frank and Rogers did a very nice job. Are you both here? Rogers, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here, sir. I'm here.
Okay, I'm looking forward to having this beautiful French language just washed all over me. Voilà. And so why don't you go for, say, about 10 to 12 minutes. I'll take it back. And then we have Dofia is going to, Dr. Dofia is going to give us a summary for the day, and then we'll be closing out. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Voilà, merci beaucoup. Venez donc de suivre encore une autre conférence qui s'est très bien passée. Vous avez eu beaucoup de personnes qui ont participé. Tout à l'heure, nous allons mentionner un peu leurs noms. Aujourd'hui, on a beaucoup plus parlé d'équité. Et pour que l'Afrique, les choses se passent très bien dans le continent africain, on a beaucoup plus parlé d'équité et de santé. Et le programme d'aujourd'hui a été présenté par Madame Catherine Wisner, qui est donc coordinatrice régionale des réfugiés. Elle a parcouru beaucoup de pays africains. Elle nous a fait le point. Ensuite, le deuxième speaker, nous avons eu donc Madame Sarah Heger. Voilà, je crois que c'est Heger. Elle est spécialiste volontaire d'Amnesty International aux États-Unis d'Amérique. Elle a fréquenté des pays comme l'Angola, le Botswana et surtout le Zimbabwe. Elle nous a fait pratiquement aussi le point. Et ensuite, nous avons eu le docteur Shadrach, c'est Nansongo, c'est ça, Il est professeur donc d'études nationales à Rhodes, récipient donc de Carnegie, de la Carnegie, c'est ça, African Diaspora and Fellowships 2020. Il nous a présenté quelque chose d'intéressant. Et pour finir, nous avons eu donc M. Taku. Il est un éminent avocat donc de droit civil international, des victimes de défense. Et vous avez suivi, c'était que la première partie. Et la deuxième partie, nous avons beaucoup plus parlé de chômage. Le chômage des jeunes, chômage lié au COVID-19 en général, et le développement agricole sur le continent. Cela a été présenté par un éminent, vous avez compris tout à l'heure, notre frère, c'était donc Frank Joktan. Il est donc activiste politique, il se consacre à avoir un véritable État démocratique dans son pays, le Gabon. Il est né à Paris, grandi aux États-Unis d'Amérique, il a fréquenté les études aux États-Unis d'Amérique, et vous avez suivi sa brillante présentation, suivie donc du docteur Beach Malcolm. Il est titulaire un billet du National Law Center University, c'est donc à George Washington University, vous l'avez suivi, c'était assez intéressant. Et nous avons vu que notre demoiselle, très belle demoiselle, c'est donc Nieliti, c'est ça, hein, Onawa, qui est cofondatrice de Global Black Youth. Elle nous a souhaité faire un peu le point. Et pour boucler la boucle, c'était donc monsieur Alphonsus Ekele Nwadong, voilà, qui est donc président de African Diaspora Coalition, de la Caroline du Nord, et aussi PDG de Almanac Counseling Services. Il nous a aussi fait pratiquement donc le point. Donc, c'était une journée assez intéressante. Nous avons vu donc des éminents professeurs, hommes de société, pour nous faire un peu le point. Mais pour finir, nous allons essayer d'aller du côté de Joktan, qui a fait une présentation assez intéressante et qui va co-animer, si vous voulez, cette présentation avec nous, pour nous faire un peu le point de lui, sa présentation. Il a dit des choses assez intéressantes et puis voilà, il nous fera le point. Monsieur Frank Joktan, vous avez le gros micro. Nous allons vous laisser donc présenter donc la journée et surtout votre présentation.
Merci beaucoup, Jacques Roger. J'apprécie vraiment tout ce que vous avez dit. Et en effet, il est important que la jeunesse africaine aujourd'hui puisse comprendre que notre continent est un continent qui est envié de tout le monde, parce que tout le monde est d'accord que l'Afrique est le continent du futur. Et je suis convaincu qu'à cause de notre jeunesse, à cause de la jeunesse du peuple africain, nous avons la possibilité de faire de ce continent un grand continent. Et il est important pour nous que l'on prenne notre place. Et si nos gouvernements respectifs nous empêchent de pouvoir arriver, nous devons tout faire pour les empêcher de dormir. Les empêcher de dormir. Et donc, notre but est de pouvoir parler de l'Afrique et de pouvoir faire en sorte que nous puissions résoudre les manquements que nous avons. Il est aberrant de voir qu'au 21e siècle, on n'ait pas un système de santé qui soit adéquat, qu'on n'ait pas des systèmes, qu'on n'ait pas des maisons adéquates pour nos peuples, qu'on n'ait pas de l'éducation adéquate pour nos peuples et qu'on ne permet pas de créer un environnement qui permet à nos concitoyens de pouvoir s'épanouir dans leur propre pays. Moi, je crois, en particulier en Afrique francophone, que ce sont nos gouvernements qui nous empêchent de nous épanouir. Donc, comme je l'ai entendu tout à l'heure, il faut que l'on mette la pression dans la rue et que l'on fasse en sorte que ce système-là tombe afin de mettre un système qui met au centre les intérêts des peuples et des pays africains.
Tout ça, certaines personnes vous diront que depuis que les États-Unis sont les États-Unis, l'Afrique est l'Afrique, ça a toujours été le même problème. Et de génération en génération, c'est pratiquement les mêmes choses. Bien d'année en année, c'est toujours la même chose. Les choses ne changent pas. Je me souviens, au temps du président Léomba, on parlait des mêmes choses. Du président Oufouette, on parlait des mêmes choses. Aujourd'hui, c'est le temps des Joktan et Jacques Roger, on parle toujours des mêmes choses. C'est un éternel recommencement. Alors, que faut-il faire, Joktan, à votre avis?
Moi, je pense sincèrement que l'avantage que nous avons, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, plus jamais dans l'histoire du monde, les Africains ont été aussi cultivés. Et de plus en plus, on regarde aussi à travers de nous-mêmes. Non seulement on essaie de nous découvrir nous-mêmes notre propre histoire, mais on maîtrise aussi l'histoire des autres. C'est-à-dire on maîtrise l'histoire des États-Unis, on maîtrise l'histoire de l'Europe. Et on sait comment les Américains et comment les Européens se sont imposés dans le monde pour devenir des puissances comme ils le sont. Et nous savons tous très bien qu'ils ont réussi parce qu'ils se sont imposés. Là où leur intérêt était menacé, ils se sont battus pour défendre leurs valeurs et pour défendre leurs intérêts. Et je pense que le temps est arrivé maintenant pour que les Africains défendent farouchement leurs intérêts. Parce que la liberté ne nous est pas donnée, c'est pas gratuit. La liberté, elle s'arrache. Et moi, je pense que le temps est arrivé aujourd'hui que les Africains puissent se libérer. Et non seulement ça, mais faire des alliances parce que les Africains sont partout dans le monde. Il y en a non seulement en Afrique, mais les Africains aussi, on les trouve en Amérique, on les trouve en Europe, on les trouve aux Antilles. Je pense que le temps est venu que la diaspora africaine puisse se réunir et se pencher et de trouver les bonnes solutions pour l'Afrique. Et nous devons démanteler et détruire ce qui a été fait pendant la conférence de Berlin en 1885, où on a partagé l'Afrique comme un gâteau, où on a décidé des choses en Afrique sans notre accord. Et je pense aussi que puisque nous faisons partie de la communauté internationale, nous devons avoir un rôle beaucoup plus important dans les Nations Unies. Il est impensable qu'on n'a pas le droit de veto. Il n'y a aucun pays africain qui a le droit de veto. Donc, quand le monde est en train de décider des grandes choses de ce monde, nous sommes exclus. Et je suis convaincu que ce qui est fait sans nous, lorsque nous ne sommes pas présents, est toujours contre nous. Donc, il faut que l'on s'impose et qu'on dise aux gens que nous aussi, nous avons une vision du monde et que cette vision du monde, nous devons l'écouter. Voilà ce que je voulais dire.
On a beaucoup plus parlé aussi du chômage des jeunes lié donc au Covid-19. Est-ce que le problème n'est pas plus profond? Ce chômage des jeunes a toujours existé, existe toujours. Lié cela au Covid-19, est-ce que ce n'est pas quand même faire un shortcut?
Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous. Ce n'est pas le Covid-19 qui a mené le chômage en Afrique. Vous savez, lorsque l'Afrique était colonisée, il y avait le plein emploi. C'est-à-dire que quand on travaillait pour les colons, tous les Africains travaillaient. Il n'y avait aucun Africain qui ne travaillait pas. Et vous savez pourquoi? Parce qu'on nous donnait des monnaies de change, des monnaies de singe. Mais maintenant que quand on travaille et qu'on doit nous donner des salaires qui sont conséquents, miraculeusement, il n'y a plus de travail. Mais l'Afrique regorge d'expatriés. Il y a plein de gens qui viennent de France, qui viennent des États-Unis et qui se font énormément d'argent en Afrique, pendant que nos jeunes qui sont instruits, qui ont des diplômes, qui ont des doctorats, n'ont pas la possibilité de pouvoir trouver du travail. Donc moi, je pense que cela est fait à dessein. Cela est fait à dessein et c'est à nous de nous imposer. Non, le Covid-19 n'a pas apporté le chômage en Afrique. Il y avait le chômage en Afrique bien avant. Et je pense que nos gouvernements, en particulier encore en Afrique francophone, ça les arrange d'avoir une jeunesse qui mendie. Parce que quand la jeunesse mendie, eux, ils utilisent donc les moyens de l'État, l'argent, pour pouvoir acheter les consciences.
Alors, la toute dernière question qui n'a rien à voir avec le sujet d'aujourd'hui, on sait que d'ici la fin de l'année, des pays comme la Côte d'Ivoire, le Burkina Faso et la Guinée auront des élections. Et tout à l'heure, dans la présentation des uns et des autres, on a lié un peu les difficultés du continent africain avec les choix que nous opérons, les présidents que nous mettons à la tête donc, de ce pays. Alors, quel conseil vous pouvez donner donc à cette jeunesse qui nous suit afin que, pour une fois, on mette les gens qu'il faut à la place qu'il faut au moment où il faut?
Bon, je parlerai, en fait, les cas sont différents parce que si on parle, par exemple, peut-être du Sénégal ou d'autres pays, le Burkina, je pense qu'il y a quand même une certaine démocratie. Dans le pays comme le mien qui est le Gabon, où il n'y a pas de démocratie, moi je pense qu'il faut la pression de la rue. Les États-Unis se sont libérés des Anglais par la force, par les armes. C'est-à-dire que les patriotes ont pris les armes et malgré que l'Angleterre était toute puissante, ils se sont opposés. Aujourd'hui, c'est les plus grands amis. Pourquoi? Parce que l'Amérique a démontré que c'était des hommes et comme Patrick Henry lui-même l'avait dit, que donnez-moi la liberté ou la mort. Mais il n'y a pas question que vous allez m'exploiter sur cette terre que je considérais être la mienne. Donc moi, je pense que nous aussi en Afrique, nous devons faire la même chose. Cette jeunesse africaine qui a soif de liberté, cette jeunesse africaine qui veut voir que les choses évoluent pour son continent, doit s'imposer, faire comprendre à ces systèmes-là qu'on n'en veut plus, que ce sont des systèmes qui ne sont plus bons, qui ne nous arrangent pas, et donc il faut les changer. Et je pense aussi que les Africains, en général, les jeunes Africains doivent aussi s'impliquer dans la politique. Ils sont les plus nombreux, donc ils doivent s'impliquer pour pouvoir améliorer leur continent.
Voilà qui est clair. Merci beaucoup à Frank Choktan. C'était donc le deuxième jour des séries donc, de conférences, webinaires. La dernière, ça sera donc la série, ça sera donc demain, jeudi. Voilà. Nous tendons donc le micro au Dr. Samuel Lee Hancock. Docteur.
Thank you very much, Rogers. Thank you, Frank. You guys are just fantastic. You have a great balance together, and I really appreciate you. We have someone that's coming on that's no stranger to anyone here. He's actually one of the, I guess, the leaders of this whole organization, maybe even a co-founder. I don't know how far back he goes with this. But our name, Nate Udofia, and he has so many titles, so many organizations. I'm not going to try any of those because I don't really think he needs an introduction. But he wants to share a summary of what he heard today. And he and the various organizations that he leads really are in concert and union with what's virtually all the speakers that we have here today. You know, Africa needs to be developed by Africans, as whatever help and assistance that can come from the outside should be on direct parity and full respect for the intelligence, the energy, the education of people on the continent. And Nate, if you're here, I'm going to just let you take over. Nate? Let me see if he is here.
Jack, can you see
Mary, are you still here? Nate was ready, and I'm not sure where he is now.
Jack, can you check if he's either unmuted or on phone?
Okay, I've already I've talked with him. He's supposed to be coming in. Nate, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, Nate, I gave you the great build up, and then you weren't there. So.
Well, thank you.
I said you're the man of the hour. So anyway, take over.
All right. The check is in the bank. First and foremost, I would like to extend greetings and blessings.
Nate, hold on just a minute. Something's going on in the background. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Try again. Yes, absolutely. You're fantastic. You look sharp. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Greetings and blessings to the global audience that is assembled. It has been a joy to listen.
What's going on?
I would like to thank the Watch Democracy team for the hard work in putting together this conference. Special thanks to Mary O'Hara, my sister from another father, for her hard work and dedication for democracy, for Africa, and for the global community. Also, special thanks to my dear friend, Dr. Sam Hancock, who has moderated these panels exquisitely. And on short notice, Sam has answered the call. The work that he's doing with Emerald Planet and Emerald Planet TV, amongst other engagements, is truly noteworthy. And I believe we got the right person for the right time for the right audience.
My pleasure, sir.
Also, like to extend royal greetings from His Imperial Majesty, the Une of Ife, who has given me the opportunity to work and share his vision of a united Africa and to change the narrative about Africa greatness. Through that effort, I am the National Executive Director for the Une of Ife Global Outreach, and certainly have enjoyed the challenge of connecting the diaspora here with the African brothers and sisters at the will of our ancestors, who are looking down upon us to build the bridges, right, that were separated some 400 plus years ago. With that effort, a special thank you to my brother from the same mother, same father, Dr. Ayobami Oyedare, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Une of Ife Global Outreach. His passionate and pertinent opening speech for this was really exciting and it was inspiring. So Doc, always appreciate your words of wisdom. I would also like to give a thanks to the advisory board members of the Global Outreach and the distinguished panelists and speakers that have so eloquently laid out the issues facing us during the pandemic, the global pandemic. And last but not least, I would like to welcome and thank all of the guests for their pertinent attention and the questions and their statements regarding what is needed to move the global society together. I've thought long and hard about what I would say to close out the session for today. And I think I have landed on a, first and foremost, if you would allow me to take a walk, a look back at my own personal journey. I am born in the Niger Delta region of Nigeria. What is now Akwa Ibom State was Cross River State. I left Nigeria at an early age, at the age of 5, and what afforded me the opportunity to leave Nigeria and come to America is education. My father was an educator, one of the early exports to America based on a desire to advance his education in the United States of America. We landed, myself and 2 older brothers, we landed in Tougaloo, Mississippi, right? So the cultural effect of coming from southern Nigeria to southern US cannot be understated. In the year 1968, with all of the political unrest, with all of the segregation issues, right, that were facing America. Somewhat ironic, in 2020, we are seeing some of those same issues, right, rearing itself once again. And I think that context gives a good insight into the discussion about pandemics and the effect of pandemics and, you know, the current race relations discussion that is taken on a global effect. From Mississippi, we moved to New York area, which is also another culture experience. And moving from south to the north and some of the different challenges and some of the different opportunities, right, in New York City at that time, also have shaped my perspective of life abroad and, you know, what it is to be a person of color. I will really round out the journey through America, the early years in America. At the age of 9 in 3rd grade, our family moved to Lincoln, Nebraska. My father at that time got a state appointment with the Department of Education, and he was the first Black appointed official in the state of Nebraska cabinet. So from there is where the basis of my upbringing really started. And as a result of that, I had an opportunity to have relationships and friends of all shapes, sizes, colors, and nationalities. One of the common themes through this upbringing was people would always say to me, and I didn't understand it at that particular time, you know, it's like, you know, you're a little bit different than the other Black people that we know, right? And what did I know? I just was trying to survive in a new country. So this upbringing, I bring it up because
in the midst of this discussion, we have had a lot of opinions and a lot of thoughts about, what's wrong with Africa, what's right about Africa. I would unequivocally say that this is a love for the continent of Africa still remains with me today. And this is part of why I was so excited about the opportunity to be on the organizing committee for the Watch Democracy Grow conference. The foundation of the work that I'm doing now really is has migrated, right? I am trained at Cornell University, an Ivy League institution in upstate New York. And as I said before, education, right, is something that I have valued, and it came culturally from Nigeria, right? And the value of education within my own family has been something that has afforded us opportunities, and we're so thankful for those opportunities. Now, from the systems engineering and operations research background, I have migrated into a lot of entrepreneurial endeavors. And since 2001, when I worked at Cisco Systems, I have basically been involved in starting businesses and nonprofits that have done work here in the States, as well as had the opportunity to travel back to Nigeria, to Kenya, to Ghana, to Malawi. And I've seen a lot of the conditions firsthand. So given that background, several years ago, I got involved in really focusing on community development and utilizing the training and the opportunities that I have been afforded to look back at communities, communities of color in particular, to say, what can I do to reach back and to really educate, train, learn from people who didn't have the same experiences that I have had. So the work in green economy work and sustainability, right, has really migrated into community resilience. So I would like to really spend the balance of my time talking about advancing community resilience in the context of Africa and in the context of the COVID disaster. From COVID to recovery, right? One thing remains the same. Education is fundamental key in reducing the impacts of this disaster and other disasters on youth, on communities, on people, and on nations. The concept of advancing African community resilience is the highlight of what I wanted to talk about today. And it's very necessary for the response that communities have to natural disasters such as COVID-19, hurricanes, fires, and other things that are unplanned, man-made disasters, some of which have been talked about today. I like to consider corruption as a man-made disaster. I'd like to take a look at some of the issues of human rights violations, civil rights violations as man-made disasters. And then just the general economic stresses that affect the community and really present a set of issues that are at the core of the disparities that we see on a global perspective, and in particular across the African continent.
The goal of a Africa Community Resilience Initiative is to reduce the pressures of migration, be it rural to urban areas, be it migration from even the urban areas to places like Europe and America, and what really motivates people to, travel many countries to try and swim across, bodies of water to get to a better life. Marginalization. How does a community get to the point where they feel marginalized, that no one cares for them, no one wants to hear their ideas, nobody cares for the development of their youth, for their resources, or the exploitation of their resources. And then the last one that really is radicalization. What drives, in particular, our youth and our communities to conflict? And the conflict could be local conflict. It could be, within families. It could be within neighboring communities. But when nations come to conflict, what is it that really radicalizes the population? The approach is a 5-point approach that we're going to really look at, and underneath the context of a political, a social, and an economic framework that looks at some of the issues that have been eloquently talked about today on this particular on the panels today and yesterday, and I trust that tomorrow's panels will have a lot of these issues. Creating a community, as we used to say at Cisco, right, where people could live, play, work, and learn without having to travel, without having to take a car to be displaced, or without having to take a plane to leave your own community. The 5 components are knowledge sharing, a look at transnational and international collaboration on research and development and innovation. The second tenet of it is a community focus, right? How do you demonstrate utilizing the natural resources, the mineral resources, and the human resources, local solutions to local problems, and then innovative economics, right? How do we look at collaboration? How do we look at new business models, peer sharing that can create new opportunities for jobs, new opportunities for entrepreneurs, right? The fourth thing is looking at integrated platforms. The platforms of energy, including renewable energy, energy storage, platform of water, clean water, including sanitation and hygiene, platform of agriculture, including food security, platform of shelter, including lighting, heating and cooling, platform of health and nutrition, and a platform of information and communications technologies is really the technology platforms that we would build integrated solutions to advance the concept of a community. Pre-disaster, how do you really plan for disaster and prepare that community to become better than it was before the disaster hit? And some of these disasters really would involve taking a look at some of the issues that have been talked about today. First and foremost, when we talk about the political infrastructure and localizing it, a community governance model that the narrative comes from the local community, where they're coordinating and managing their own political infrastructure. I think yesterday it was said that the help is not going to come from outside the community.
And I'm a firm believer in that. We have to really look at how do we invest in ourselves, invest in our youth population. And Africa has a very vibrant young population that, 2025, 3 out of 4 people will be age 25 or younger. And there's other statistics out there that might challenge that number, but that comes from a panel that I attended with the Corporate Council in Africa. The other political thing in terms of community governance that we got to look at is what this conference is about. Building institutions, institutions for health, education. Those institutions really are at the core of, I think, a lot of the problems that we're talking about today, especially in the midst of COVID. It has been stated that a lot of the talent that has, like myself, right, that has migrated to other places has helped really build the foundational support for America, for Europe, for Asia, for India. And we really have to kind of take a look at how do we now, as the diaspora, look back to build these institutions stronger. The remittances are certainly an area of opportunity for us to really look at how our dollars are being invested, not just to pay for school fees or because someone's sick in the family. And how do we really look at the Africa 2063 plan? How do we look at some of the things that Professor Adesina is doing with the Africa Development Bank, and participate in those initiatives, right, that really would not rely on foreign direct investment, but be a better utilization of our dollars to advance our own local communities. How do we provide security and protection for these communities? We talked about displaced people. We talked about the large population of people who conflict hits the community, they're displaced, and what are the solutions that can be introduced into that particular effort? Providing services, right, is at the core of what we need to do. And then communication, which has been mentioned, right? How do we improve the communications between communities, both domestically and internationally? One of the things that I would like to really endorse is Africa. It's not just the youth, right? But it's Africa in general. But I think that we need a changing of the mindset. We have to get away from being consumers and look at how we can be producers, right, of our own futures. And I think I'm encouraged by some of the innovation that is ongoing within the youth population. And if we can provide space for them to take political leadership moving forward, I think that that will be the beginning of a change for Africa that we really need. Socially, community resilience endorses community values, risk management, and we talked about education. We have a young population, but it is one of the issues that we also have a population that 50% of our youth do not make it through, high school. How do we, in a global society that has so many tools and is so interconnected, how do we make some of those resources available to our youth? Something like, MIT has free courses online. There's a lot of cell phone penetration across the African continent. So there are things that we can do to really look at better education our youth and investing in the institutions, right, not just so that they can get degrees, but that they can get marketable skills. Digital skills are scalable. And we need to also look at that aspect of it. Economically, sustainable development and sustainability as defined by economic viability, operational efficiency, environmentally friendly and socially responsible solutions that can be implemented. We need to take a look at collaborative economic approaches. One of the examples that I always talk about is, what's the largest taxi cab company in the world, right? It would be Uber, yet they own no cars themselves. They build a collaborative model where, people who have can address people who don't have and earn income. Airbnb is another example of that, where underutilized assets are made available to bring economic value to people, at home without having to, invest in building hotels. Local production is part of that. The agriculture is a big part of, the opportunity for Africa. Most of the arable land still resides in Africa. It is an inclusive way to grow an economy. One of the challenges that we have, though, across the African continent is, and COVID really highlights this, because of the cost. It's really expensive to eat. Transportation costs, storage, lack of, refrigeration. Make food that we produce, most of it goes to waste. So these interrelated platforms that I talked about, we really have to look at what can be done locally in a fashion that we create surpluses locally, and then we're able to trade within our neighboring communities, and specifically across Africa trade needs to be endorsed. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, right, is the right direction. What we are looking for is partnerships that can enhance the concept of increasing inter-Africa trade and manufacturing and creating the jobs locally, taking advantage of the vastness of mineral resources, natural resources, and most importantly, the human resources that are indigenous to the African continent. And then how do we then use this excess money to invest in critical infrastructure and be able to finance this critical infrastructure based on improved business models? The technology platforms that are all interrelated, and a lot of people have talked about this at length, is something that we can take a look at. Energy in particular. The good Lord has blessed Africa with plenty of sunshine, plenty of wind, plenty of water, plenty of waste, right? It's not something that we have to import. How do we then utilize that to create solar? How do we, wind, right? How do we really use those resources that the good Lord has given us for the betterment of the local communities, and then as the ability to export, right, these solutions to the rest of the world. Water is another thing, one of these things, right? Best practices that have been talked about as it relates to COVID-19, right? You have to wash your hands. That's one of them. Well, it's been stated, right? If you don't have clean water, sanitation, and hygiene, then what use is it to wash your hands? So really looking at innovative ways, right, to clean up our water, to improve sanitation are some of the things that we need to look at. Agriculture, I've spoke about the importance of the agriculture economy and getting away from the extractive industries that really benefit few and are at the root of a lot of the corruption that has been talked about here. Those things, right? We have to really take a look at what industries will be able to lift us out of a situation of poverty and a situation of where, international aid is not something that, everybody talks about, and the blame goes toward other people. It is, at the end of the day, Africa needs to take a look at Africa First policy, but that doesn't mean we're excluding our international partners that want to collaborate in the solutions that are needed to advance the continent. So one of the areas and interrelated to the agriculture is health and nutrition. You are what you eat is what my parents used to tell me. And if we can really make investments in organic foods, right, and not the starchy, carbohydrate-rich foods, as part of our practice, our best practices, then we will be able to reduce the health disparities. So an effort needs to be looked at where we're utilizing agriculture to improve health outcomes on the planet. And again, the pandemic really highlights the issues that have been there for decades, if not hundreds of years, right? And what we really need to do is to see how we can integrate these platforms in a way that advances and decreases the discrepancies. And then ICT is where I'll kind of make my last comments, right? The digital economy is, as I mentioned earlier, is scalable. What has happened with cell phones across the African continent is, I think it's a good indicator of what is possible if we utilize technology and information in a positive manner. Now, data analysis, data sciences, automation, robotics, drones, these next level technologies have it can displace people, or we can really invest in the education and the skills, the digital skills training that will allow Africa to participate at a greater rate. The young people get it. There's so much innovation that is being utilized through apps, social apps like Facebook, like Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, that are really allowing us to connect at a different level than we've ever been able to connect before. So I am bullish on Africa's future post-COVID-19, but I'm also concerned that this is, the pandemics, the natural disasters, the man-made disasters, the economic stresses. This is not the last one that we're going to have to deal with. But, I'll end on this note. One of the things that has really affected us in the brain drain of Africa that has been ongoing for a long time is the best practice related to COVID-19 is stay at home. So those of us who have been in the diaspora and have been afforded opportunities to see how things work, right? Not everything is perfect. We really need to take a look at the quest for foreign education, as opposed to investing in education institutions back home. The medical tourism, the billions and billions of dollars that are spent annually only for us to come to these foreign countries and then a lot of times be treated by African specialists, right? 70% of the medical doctors in the United States, right, of the Black doctors, right, of Nigerian descent. I believe the number is 40% across Europe. So we really have to, take a look at this mentality that that we have really operated from moving forward. And if we can really take a look at some of the success stories, right? Culturally, we have a lot of musicians, a lot of entertainers, a lot of athletes, right? And the kids, youth really want to grow up and be in these professions, but there's not a whole lot of space for them, right? Within that, not everybody can be on stage, not everybody can be on the ball field, right? However, those that have made it could really take a look at investing back in the infrastructure, right, for the youth development. And in terms of the education aspect of it, we need accountability partners. We need mentors. We need role models. People who will invest their time and their energy and their expertise to help our youth move it. We don't need discouragement, as my family members would tell me. Please, Uncle, don't discourage us, right? We see a brighter future. We just need to hear from people like you. So I am, as I said, very grateful to be able to provide the closing remarks for the set of panelists today. I'm excited about what tomorrow's going to bring. And I would like to thank everyone for their participation in this event.
Nate, thank you very much for being with us. And I think we're finished for the day. Mary, it's back to you. Are you still here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you want to close us out? Nate gave
sure.
an excellent summary. And we're ready for the afternoon.
Well, I will just thank Mr. Odofia for the wonderful closing remarks. And on behalf of White Democracy Grow, I thank everybody, the participants, the panelists, and looking for the best day tomorrow also, like we did today. And you, Dr. Sam, I don't know what we can say about you. Thank you for the wonderful work you're doing, time management, and all of the above. So thank you so much. And
my pleasure. Good to be here.
The webinar is adjourned. Unless maybe there is any question from the people who are still online.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think. What's that, Mary?
I said, unless there is a question from the audience, the people who are online, if they want to say something.
Well, I have to thank Nate for the wonderful opportunity, and the moderator. He's been very gracious, and I think this we need to translate into action. And I tell you, Africa needs us more than we need them, because no country in the world has ever developed without the diasporans. And whatever we have come here to acquire, we need to translate that and make sure we have the support, a positive support from the West to go on to implement all that we have discussed today. I thank you all for the opportunity. Thank you, Nate, and everybody else.
Can I say something? This is Muticia. I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you so much for this forum. Nate, thank you for connecting me with this. And Mary, I think we owe you a whole lot in Hancock. It's wonderful, wonderful presentation. I particularly want to recognize the youth. All of us, we know we do these things every time, but I cannot go without saying Nyeleti and the other young man, I didn't see his name, I forgot his name.
Frank.
Very articulate, and I am extending, committing the chairman of African Diaspora Coalition who just spoke, to to use this forum to mobilize the African Diaspora Coalition in a real sense and partner with these young soldiers who are working in the grounds in the continent. And we start with where people are working, not just where they need to be moved. The young lady, there's a foundation. Can you say a little bit about the foundation?
Nyeleti, are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
Thank you so much for those comments. And I'm happy to talk a little bit here. I'm happy to take this offline, but as I mentioned, Global Black Youth is just doing those connections with young people, organizations, individuals, entrepreneurs, innovators who are working in various sectors to better their communities or their standing in society. And so we've partnered with business schools, with universities, with banks to do this work, and we welcome your intervention. So definitely have to follow up and share that information, website, social media, all of that stuff.
Yes.
If I may, I would also like to recognize the effort of the Movement for New Nigeria. I believe as an organization, they have maybe 60 or 70 participants to this call, and the work that has been done by the coordinator of that effort, Udeme Udofia. If you can make the connection, it's my cousin.
Yes. And that last thing, I want
to No, that one is just that.
Connect you with the Ekele, please, if you
yes,
may. You need to let these young people with already an organization see how we're going to put as one of our goals for this year to engage our youth, because we've been talking with at ADC USA for 13 years, but we have not moved. So this is the opportunity. Embrace them, bring them on table. Then we can start moving. I'm the chair of the advisory board for the ADC USA, African Diaspora USA, but we have not touched it. Also connecting the diaspora and the home.
Yes. Well, Dr. Matissa, if Mary can provide me with the numbers of the speakers tonight at this forum, great. I like my brother from Gabon. Look, I need to connect with him very much, and then we need to move this forward. Yes, if you can provide me the phone numbers or email address,
and that is Ekele?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sure, I will. Actually, let me be open on this one. The purpose is to connect ourselves, especially the forum